Are we ready? Shall we hence? Sup, nerds? We got a fun day ahead of us. It's a big launch. Oops, don't need to do that. I changed my pedal setup, so I'll be making dumb mistakes a lot this stream. Early apologies for that. But yeah, I will definitely be screwing things up with the way I change my pedals. But the good news is I have this button now, which means I can hide things on my screen without having to change into the full screen mode. And now my cam toggle is a toggle where I just have the same pedal for both states. Also adjusted my OBS a ton. The reason I was late today is because I had come upstairs yesterday to do a bunch of like auditing of my OBS setup, clean up a bunch of shit, change my layout more, and like get everything where I want it, including my beautiful blur. I didn't ever hit record and didn't realize that the update to OBS that I did required a new version of the NVIDIA drivers, which I did not have yet. So I decided to do an NVIDIA driver update, which definitely doesn't have me petrified random things are going to fail throughout the stream. Totally not worried. Anyways. I did not see T3 bot yet, Maria. I have barely been online. I've been deep in the trenches of building a lot of the things that we're going to share today, and also polishing the things that we're going to share today. They're not quite where I want them, but I don't think they ever will be quite where I want them. That should hopefully finish soon-ish. I'm deep in auditing the pipeline for all of the data in the WebSocket layer as well. So I want to see this plan quick. Aha. That's what I was waiting for. I'll let that take its time. Hello to YouTube chat as well. You got hired as a junior full stack dev. I mean, you already kind of screwed up because hiring you as a junior was a mistake on their part. But yeah, just ask questions. Be curious. Be excited about the things other people do. That's not a great sign. Let's thank some subs while I wait for my demo to be ready. Gamer Girl starting strong before I was even live. Thank you as always for the support. 28 months, goddamn. Admouse here with the 11 months of support. Thank you as well. Logan Mulligan hitting 6 months. Ariza Bogle with the 9. Thor the Dev hitting 6 on the tier 2. The Few, the Proud. Thank you for that. Jacob Gillespie, the legend. Thank you for all the hard work on Depot. Excited for all that you guys have to share in the near future. 4 years is wild, especially at tier 3. Fucking legend out here. Always good to see you, man. We got Pranch here, thanking NMG for the gift and extending his sub at 11 months. Addy, sorry again for the delays getting back to you. I hope that I did everything I owe you now. Thank you for the 42 months of support, and hopefully you have a bit more cash so that I don't feel quite as bad taking your money. Full Moon with the 5 bomb. Thank you for that. I'll thank you more properly once I get through the list. We got Zordos here with the other tier 2. There's like both of the tier 2s here today. Thank you for 5 months. T3 code's grown up so much. It's crazy how much T3 code has changed. Most of it's been under the hood stuff that Julius has been working on for the past 5 months. But there's a decent bit of like UI overhauling that Maria and I have done over the last week and a half that has applied really well there too. That makes it feel like a lot changed when really it's all the under the hood stuff that's made that all possible. We got Alembic here with the Prime for 11 months. Non-Bread with the Prime as well. CPO Parker, always good to see you, man. 16 months, only channel you subscribe to on Twitch. It's an honor. I appreciate it. I scrolled too far. Thank you, Balalatro, for the 11 months tongue code. God damn it. JS Shuni with the 2 months full moon here. Been a while since you were last here. Thanks for stopping by, man. 18 months of support. Already did my teabag. Thank you for that. Information Rocket with the 4 months of support. Hux Crux with the 4 months. Jabra with the 9 months. McKinley Codes. Sorry, I struggled with your name for a second. I don't know why my brain was short-circuiting on that. Thank you for the 5 bomb. Super appreciate that. You guys are so generous with the gifts, especially lately. Means a ton. Thank you all. We definitely need that today because we're about to drop a free product, free and open source. Can't believe it's been so long. Really glad to have met me last AIE. We met before Michaela, but yeah, good to see you again at AIE and in general. Always good to see you. Can't wait for you to finally start making content more. Information Rocket with a 5 bomb again. Thank you both so much, McKinley and Information Rocket, for the gifts. Super generous, y'all. PC Styles already at 3 months. I feel like you've been around a lot longer than that, but I'll take it regardless. Just use StreamGuard instead. That's one of the many things I am working on dealing with. I actually have in here some changes to my Vibe proxy. Actually, let me see if those changes worked. Since I can hide my screen now, isn't that so nice? Oh, it only made mocks for it. Didn't actually make the change. Cool. Cool. I'll make that work. Why can't I close that window? I literally cannot close this tab. What the fuck? What the fuck, CMux? Why is it impossible for me to close this view? Is this a bug or something? Like, why can I not? There's no close. It's just disabled. Command W keeps trying to close the other window I have open. Whatever. Jesus Christ, Information Rocket with another huge gift. I went pretty hard with the blur, so if you can de-blur, good luck. Command Shift B does not do anything. Failed an interview yesterday with the founder at Modal, not sure which, but you came late to an interview due to 2 links being sent on Google Calendar. Yeah, so many founders are cringe is the best I can put it, where they take themselves too seriously. And I know everybody says I'm an arrogant prick, and to an extent I am, but I am very realistic about others, like, and what they can do. Yeah, if I was doing like super sensitive info, I would be more concerned about the blur not being blurry enough. But it's like more just, I don't want you guys reading every single line of code and every email address. It's enough effort to unblur that it's enough protection-ish. Might be an arrogant prick, but I'm your arrogant prick. I'll take it, S. John. Appreciate y'all. Yeah, thank you again, Information Rocket, for the gifts. PC Style for the resub. Firebolt Dude for the Prime. Juan with the 6 months. JethFX, always good to see you. Thanks for the year of support. Nemesis Codex hit in a year. Where do I think the industry is going nowadays with AI in terms of team composition and software development composition or process? No idea at all. Straight up none. It's changing too fast to make predictions. I don't bother anymore. I just make cool shit. What did Yaxine make? I did miss this. That is hilarious. I've barely been on Twitter. I've been too busy. I post about T3 code stuff and then close it. Yeah, I still need to. Lake bed's coming as soon as T3 code's a little further along. Oh God, what have you done? Ooh, I do like where you're going here. There is one change we're going to need you to make in this area, on this area in particular, very soon, though. Back to thanking people. You got SVR, Face with the Prime. PQO again for the 2 years. Thank you. Full Moon with the 5 bomb. The gifts are so generous. Thank you guys so much. H14H.com with the Prime sub. Knowing React Native Dev has spoiled the drop for you, hasn't it? Yes and no. Thank you, Camder. I should figure out how to pronounce your name, C41, but I appreciate you. I also want to say Cameron, but the 5 is not R. Thank you as always for the 22 months. How's this even possible? Doing a lot. I have to watch the whole video according to Maria. Oh, great. The skimming doesn't work. That's probably a lake bed problem. I'm scared for what you might be hiding at the end of this. Nothing. Okay. But that looks great so far. It reads as Mr. Alfonso or Alfonso. Or Afonso. Thank you. I had to add the X. Totally understandable. Thank you, Fonzo. Thank you, Hay Bales, for the gift to Obsidian is cool. Jean Major with the 11 months. Mitchie with the Prime. Captain Kirky with the Prime. Blue Plexus with the Prime. EC Win with the 20 months of Prime. Benji with the 12 months. Thank you for hitting 1 year. Pacman Jr. with the Prime. Clayton with the Prime. Information Rocket again with the crazy gifting today. A 10 bomb. The dev builds, no, but the nightlies, yes. If you're down with the endless updates on the nightly, Hayden. Brian Guffey here with the 6 months of Tier 1, 12 months overall. Probably Fuzz with the Prime. Null Axis with the Prime. Arkirk92 with the 15 months. And Montador with the Prime. Thank you all again so much for the gifts and the subs and the support in general. Why is that happening? No. Live, any funding? No. Cool. Nice. Well, I do believe, let me blur my screen. Sorry, I got to do some annoying entering of things because iOS Simulator has been broken for so fucking long. Aha. We are now good. Okay. Oops, wrong button. There we go. Shiv, what did you send? I'm getting ready to start, so. What I'm gonna add, we had it in the Discord, in the dev channel, what our roadmap for the week was, 'cause we're trying to do releases pretty much every day this week. So let's do the offset 002630 should be fine. Cool. The recording has begun. I just started the face recording. Hey, you at AIE was on a trial for Fire Call since then you got the job. Congratulations, MX Potential. Really well deserved. Fun for you, man. We got Lava Beast here with a 3 months at tier 1. Verto with the 5 months at tier 1. NH 9961 with the Prime. Montador with the Prime as well. Arkirk 92 with the 15 months of Prime. Null Access, probably Fuzz. And Brian all resubbing. Brian hitting that 12 month. Hello, everyone from KSA. Appreciate it, XNTS, for the 3 months as well. And FAKTSVK with the 4 months too. I pick outfits for stream, not carefully enough. Yeah, I know. I am very excited to look more at post work. It's like very high on my list. I actually, what's funny is you're not the only person who's making a Slack alternative that's DMing me about it. Buzz is also being something I really want to play with, but I will check out post work first, even though Jack himself DM'd me about Buzz. So know that you're higher on the list than Jack, the original founder of Twitter. Super chat on YouTube. Thank you. Ether Code has made my multiple computer AI use possible so I don't lose context between computers. I've saved you hours of work and rework. Thank you for such a wonderful product. That is awesome to hear. Thank you, Sean. I hope that today's announcements help go even further with this. Stop spamming? No, keep spamming. It's good reminders. I've not heard anything from Codeberg. I think it's time for the announcement. It is all good. That's all fine. Cool. God. That's a little annoying. I might have to take off the jacket. Whatever. Over the past 6 months, my team has been, I think it's like 5 months. We'll go with that. Cool. Over the past 5 months, my team's been hard at work on T3 code. We've been building a lot of things in the shadows, trying to get everything we want ready and, Over the past 6 months, my team's been working really, really hard on T3 code. A lot of that work has gone into places that aren't particularly visible, like the back end, the way that we manage all of the agents, the orchestrator work that we're hoping to ship very soon. But we've also done some big overhauls on the client side, and today's about to be the biggest we've done yet. Oops. I recently showed off the new T3 code sidebar. I want to take this. I've recently shown off all the work we put into the sidebar to make it feel more like an inbox so you can actually get your work closed, but that's only helpful when you're actually on the computer. The remote stuff makes it great for controlling one computer from another, but what about your phone? I've been spending less time on my computer than ever recently, and the more time I spend away, the more I wish I had this type of control without needing to be at the computer itself to have it. And now we don't. And now you don't need it. As of today, T3 code is available on both iOS and Android on the App Store. This isn't an early access launch. This isn't some this isn't some early access launch or some block that requires you to sign up for test flight or a whitelist. We're really ready to go. The app is still fully open source, and there is no way you can pay us. To use T3 code, you have to have an existing harness set up on your computers. T3 code is just the best way to control that harness on that computer remotely. And when you combine this with the newest feature we added, and when you combine this with yesterday's drop, T3 Connect, it's gotten easier than ever to set up T3 code on real machines. Let me make sure I have the link so I can spam chat with it. Give me 1 sec. There we go. I kind of want to install it here and see what happens. You know what? Fuck it. Let's do it. Great. Thanks for the email docs. Can I sign in it? Okay. It says join the waitlist for Connect. We'll have a fix for that up very, very soon. You don't have to. You can just sign in and it should work. All the usual provider options, Apple, GitHub, Google, and Microsoft for the 15 people who really wanted Microsoft support. All right, sec. Cool. There we are. Once you're signed in, any computer you have configured should be ready to go. You connect with a simple click of the checkbox. Like, it is actually that simple. Check for leftbook, check for that machine, check for this. Oh no, they are failing unexpectedly. Great. Reconnecting 3 environments. Maybe I just need to refresh the app to get the latest OTA. Oh yeah, this is not shipping the latest OTA. I need to close and reopen until we get an update on the App Store, but yeah, there we go. Cool, it just needed the OTA. Nice. And now you can see, or I'll open T3 code behind it. The nightly, the build I was using before, I believe so. It was. Cool. There. It's so nice having your threads synced across all your devices and the ability to just hop in and see what's going on fully remotely. Always. I'm pretty hyped. I've been using the T3 Code mobile app for like half of my dev work recently, and all the rest is on desktop. I'm finally now at the point where I am doing almost all, like 99% of my dev work in a T3 Code surface. Previously, it was like 30, maybe 50%. Now it's 100. And when you want to set up in your terminal, that couldn't be easier either. It's even better on Linux, but I will show you guys the Windows experience for now. It's annoying. I'm just going to close this entirely. Cool. This is going to be an email doc, so it is what it is. It's the one that's on my GitHub, so whatever. When you're ready to try out T3 code, the easiest way by far is to go to your terminal and write npx t3 connect. This command will set up the latest version of T3 code on your machine, as well as giving you the ability to sign in with T3 Connect. And once you've signed in and you install the desktop or mobile app, or even go to app.t3.codes, which is honestly quickly becoming my favorite way to code with AI. Because again, app T3 codes, has all the same capabilities, and connects to all of your machines the same exact way. So it's the same sync, same machines, same data across the desktop app, the mobile app, and the web app. And whenever you make a thread, you can choose which computer it runs on as long as the code base is configured on that machine. Just as a fun example of how I use this, let's say I want to contribute to something. Like I've been playing a lot of games over Moonlight recently, and I noticed the GPU performance on macOS isn't as good as it could be. Setting something like this up couldn't be easier. Command K, add project. You pick which computer you want to add the project on. I'll add this on Desk Mini. You can paste a Git URL, and then you choose where on the machine it goes, all remotely. This is me in the browser choosing which directory I want this to go in. Contrib/Moonlight Qt. Enter. Now it is cloning this into the directory I just made and setting up the project for me to work on fully remotely through the browser. It's a big project, so it takes a sec. Come on, GitHub. It's funny because I did this one yesterday and it wasn't too bad. There we go. Cool. And now we have Moonlight on a different computer, and I can send prompts to this fully remotely. It's so nice. And this flow works on mobile as well. So you can add projects, you can manage projects, you can open up a real terminal and control your computer fully remotely on the desktop app, the website, or the mobile app now. Yes, you get a full terminal in the mobile app too, and it's surprisingly functional. BTOP will be mad because I don't have enough space, but if I was to, I don't know, TIG this directory so I could see all of the recent contributions, all works as expected. We put a ton of work into this. Julius, in particular, has been slaving over the details of the mobile app for a while. There is still a lot to do, though. Working my butt off trying to make it as performant as possible, trying to fix every little ounce of jank, overhauling the WebSocket protocol so that you can get more data in and out faster without having to use as much bandwidth to do it, and just general stability, quality of life, connection work, all those types of things. It's fully open source, so if you notice problems, definitely consider asking your agent about them and see if it can solve those problems directly. You got a demo for me. Oh, yeah. According to our fans, the terminal, or according to many of the T3 code users, the terminal is surprisingly good. It's one of the best remote terminal implementations. I don't know how Julius did it. It's just crazy work over WebSocket, but it's super stable. And people have even been using solutions like, AMP, but it's surprisingly stable. And people have even been doing things like using AMP over our WebSocket terminal connection. So yeah. This is also a great way to work on Linux machines from a Windows or Mac computer, or also an iPhone. Most of my work now happens on this BB1 box. This is a framework box that I have in the other room that is running Ubuntu that I do 90% plus of my dev work on, and I control all of that remotely through T3 Code. And since T3 Code has so many performance-focused optimizations, my computer barely even... I forget that this has fans all the time again because it doesn't use like any energy at all. And the computer that's actually powering all this work is mostly just running Codex and Claude code behind the scenes, and the performance there is insane as well, especially because I don't have all of the Mac sys policy stuff and horrible file system problems that make work miserable. Just like one small example, if I want to add something to T3 code on a new work tree, doing a new work tree with a giant repo like T3 code was hellish on macOS. But on Linux, it just takes half a second. Like, what is this repo? It's already cloned. That's a full new work tree from scratch. And when you combine this with all the other ergonomic wins we've recently introduced, like the ability to settle And when you combine this with the other ergonomic wins, like the ability to settle threads manually, the automatic settling when PRs merge, the ability to snooze a thread to come back an hour later, a day later, whatever you prefer, and also one of my favorites, which is stashing prompts. So if you have a prompt that you were about to send, but you notice something else is wrong in higher priority, Command S, save it, something else, Command S to save that, or just send it, Command S one more time, and you can quickly pull out and retake on that, yeah. Oops. Make a new thread, Command S again, and then you can quickly pull anything into and out of your stash. This seems like a small thing, but it's quickly become one of my favorite T3 code features, and we're focused on all of this polish. So what do you guys think so far, chat? How are we doing? Kind of crazy for an open source app we don't charge for, right? Oh. One other thing Julius just texted me to make sure that I mention, it's hard for me to demo here, but I can demo it here. This is the mobile app on macOS. This is the iPad app. T3 Code is the best iPad development experience I've ever used. It works fully on touchscreen and with an external keyboard and trackpad. So if you're looking for a good way to manage your agents and run your work on your iPad, I am relatively confident T3 Code is the best that's ever been made. And if it's not, clone T3 Code and tell your agents to fix the things that are not as good as you want them to be. I think this is cool as hell. Yep, all the apps, all the surfaces, all the backend, all the everything is open source. OAuth not working. Close and reopen the app and the OAuth should be good. We have to publish an update with a new embedded build. It's just that the JS in the approved build is old. This is not the nightly. What are you self-plugging? Pi and AMP providers? Yeah, feel free to self-plug. Built with React Native and Expo? Yes. Stashing is not available on mobile yet. I couldn't figure out good UX for it. If I can, I will change that for sure. Codex app in Windows is disgusting. T3 Code saved your life. Subbing just for that. Wild like the startup being a bit, or would like the startup being a bit faster though. Yes, absolutely. We're working hard on that actually. How do you change models on iPad? When you create the thread, you should just be able to. Let me open up. Is it T3 Code Alpha? What's the name of the desktop version that I just installed? Not this. Weird. I think I have enough T3 codes here. I thought it was that. Maybe if I close this. Yep, that's what it was. Okay, macOS is doing some weird linking stuff there. Whatever. I won't be able to get to my MacBook because I just closed that version of T3 Code. I could spin up the nightly again so I can connect. Cool. You said you were unable to pick the model. What do you mean? It's right there. GPT-5.4, Codex, open code. Is there some problem that I am not aware of with picking models? Yeah, orchestration is still soon. We wanted to get this all out first. I wanted to have better visualization for subagents and workflows in forever ago. I have a PR up that does it, but it conflicts so badly with the work Julius has been doing for like 4 months now that we have been politely waiting for that to come in. But yeah, we really need it. I do feel a little bad shipping the mobile app without any visualization for subagents. It's actually very frustrating to me specifically, and I'm sorry, but soon TM. I also have a PR up here that fixes a bunch of random interaction latency. Cool. That's all approved. I'll do a test build of that later. Unless somebody on the team wants to do a build of or test the build and see if it is ready to go or not themselves. Also doing a bunch of work trying to make the reconnect logic better. This should fix most of it. I haven't, again, actually tested, but I had it test itself a bunch and have a really good idea of what it is changing for the connection logic here. There's a 15-second timeout before it tries a reconnect when the app sleeps, which is where most of the reconnect lag comes from, and this should fix a lot of that. But I don't feel like reading effect code on stream. Yeah, those 2 PRs are probably good to go. When iOS release, good news. It's out. I need to do the tweet. I kind of wanted to have like a proper video for it. Why am I asking Siri for the App Store? What the fuck is wrong with you, iOS? God, iOS 27's been rough for me. I don't know why everybody's saying it's so good. So I need to get the right screenshot to post this on Twitter. I know you guys understand. Let me post this. Sorry, no, Siri, go away. Cool. Okay, the post is now live. Did my last video hit its minimums? Yes, it very much did. Cool. That means I can pin this and also politely request you guys blast the fuck out of this. Same to y'all over on YouTube chat. The waitlist is done on T3 Connect. It just says it's still open on the mobile app. Just hit the sign in button and you should be good. Hard to say is over chat, but thank you. My advice genuinely changed things. You're now getting offers double your current pay. They're not the They're not the challenge you're after yet, but you're excited for what's next. That is huge. Congratulations, Information Rocket. Thank you for the super kind donations here. Sorry I missed anything you said on Twitch chat as well, but you've been a huge supporter forever. You earned that, though. That's not me, that's you. How T3 code make money? It won't for a while. That could change. There's potential for us to like set up remote cloud instances or something, but I really just want to make something good. Like I'm tired of letting the startup drive to profit immediately prevent the good software from existing. And the software is getting better faster, but there's also slop happening more aggressively faster. And I wanted T3 code to really not fall for all of that, to just be a good, reliable, open source solution that we can use, fork, and do real shit with every day. I need my own coding model. Yeah, because that's trivial for me to add. It's hard to find on search right now. If you search T3 code T3 tools, you'll usually find it. We'll index much better in the very near future, I'm sure. Is it ready for iPad? Yes, the iPad experience is one of the things the team spent the most time on, actually. Let me grab, I need to get a screenshot of the iPad version. Are all the screenshots portrait, not landscape? That's annoying. Do I have to go grab my iPad to get an iPad screenshot, or does somebody else have a good one I can use? Someone can get me a good iPad screenshot. What do you got for me? Nice. The providers and the small label makes it easy to identify. I'm gonna play more with the sidebar and like what data we expose, but it's gonna be a bit. That is the wrong rotation. Close, but the orientation is diagonal. I guess I can save and rotate it quick. Blur in case there's sensitive stuff in my downloads folder. Edit. I thought there was a rotate in, oh, there it is. It's the wrong way though. Cool. There we go. Close that. Why can't I upload that JPEG? That was annoying. Thank you for the screenshot. Appreciate y'all. Let me grab the link as well. It'd be great if I could, oh, this is the Apple link, cool. iOS link, Android link. Can somebody give me the Play Store link quick? Thank you. Yoink. There we go. Cool. I don't know if we're linking these to places that we should be. Let's fix that with T3 code. I'll use Sol. No, I want it to look decent, so I'll use Fable. Make sure iOS and Android App Store downloads are linked prominently in both the marketing site and the GitHub README. Maybe worth including in the connection settings in web desktop as well. iOS, that's Android. Android, paste, iOS. There we go. Thank you to everybody joining T3 Club over on YouTube. Edit my podcasts, Resper, and Dread Mondays, all for joining T3 Club. Appreciate y'all a ton. Applied to Codeberg as a member to contribute to the discussion the nice way. Appreciate that, Dominic. Saw you mention that earlier. Thank you. T3 notch. I did see this actually that you were working on it. Very, very cool. I'm definitely down to play with this in the not too distant future. Yep. We'll see how my build comes out. Might be hanging on the command, not sure. But even your devs make such good content. The fact that T3 is free and open source makes a good effort into boosting how you're perceived with that. Increases your reach potential for making money off of content. So not monetizing T3 is a good strategy to be perceived differently in the bubble, your target audience, and future paying customers live. Of course, money could be made, but the increase you'll probably get in the future for the choice of not monetizing now is probably or definitely better. Thank you for the first message, gamer. But the reality is that I can only show my own things so much in my content without it annoying my audience. And having an existing audience is good for the like first customers, so to speak. Like you can go from 0 to a few thousand users much easier if you already have an audience. But you'll hit a ceiling faster too, where it's seen as just the YouTuber's thing instead of being taken more seriously as a real business. And I've run into that as well. It's a tough balance. I'm trying to sign in with Apple for T3 Connect. Current redirect URL past the sign up does not match. Oh yeah, we have a fix for this in the latest bundle, but you might have to like close and reopen the app. We'll have a fresh build up soon that helps with a lot of that. Interesting. What do you have for me, Maria? Talked about this. You'll have success and that can hurt you more. Yep. Should you add docs? No, not yet. Need to disable Tailscale to use T3 Connect? Nope. I've been using it with Tailscale on nonstop for weeks. I need to figure out why the fuck this eco mode thing keeps coming on. It's going to literally be the death of me. I'm going to take a second to actually figure this out because I turned... Okay, there's the auto switch to eco. That's off now. Cool. Hopefully that'll do its fucking job. Thank you, Not Luck Knight, for the huge cheer. Recording videos? Yes, we'll absolutely record some videos. We're not doing auto resume on the 5-hour limit thing because we don't want to provide too many token min-max things because I really don't want us to get banned from Claude Code and Agents SDK. So even things like multi-account, which we support, we only support for Codex. We don't make that easy with Claude because I, again, don't want to get banned. So the waitlist is not supposed to be there anymore. Just hit sign in. I will add a quick update. Let me do this quick. Give me 1 sec to post this. Okay. I made the post I needed to. It's just the heads up about the whitelist stuff. Cool. Oh? I thought I made a PR that does this. I'm so sure I did. Um, I'll just ask. I can find that. Oh, that reminds me. I need to check in Codex because I think I have a reset that's about to expire. And if I do, I'm going to set up a really stupid job to burn all of my usage while I'm live. Yeah. I got a reset that goes off in a day and a half. I might as well just burn that, right? Integrate Lawn with a web app? Probably not. Just not really a focus for us. How do I make a shared environment of my GitHub, CloudMD plugin skills, and things like that? I will tell you. I have this directory on my machine called Fleet. And this directory is all of the things you just described. This is my global skills, my core files, like my Agent MD Global and my CloudMD Global, and an agent in CloudMD for this that describes like what it is, how to set up a box, which is all the things I want on my boxes, Computers MD, which is all the different boxes I have and how they are differing from each other. And when I want to update something, I just go make changes here. I open up Codex or Cloud Code and say, make sure all the machines match the content here, and it figures it out. Large super chat. Thank you. $100. God damn. Thank you out at my podcast. Thanks for all you do. Is the T3 remote Android and iOS app also going to be in the T3 code repo at somewhere? It already is. It's already all there, fully open source. Been using Orca recently. Would like to support us more. Would I be willing to explain what T3 code it has for advantages over it? Humble brag. Orca. I haven't played with Orca too much. No, it's Orca agent development environment. I believe Orca's it's all the terminal based one. Yeah. So Orca's focus is being a better terminal for working with agents, especially like on your own machine. They have some SSH functionality and whatnot, but trust me, when you're doing heavy agent work over SSH, you're going to have problems. It's just not great. The benefit of T3 code is that we said, fuck the terminal. Terminals are not a good interface for the things we are doing. And you should not have 3 terminals open and visible at the same time doing agent work. That makes literally no sense at all. I think this is this is CMUX overgrown. And I can see why people think they want this. I've even started building something like this myself. But we are an actual app. And that's the difference. We're not trying to be a better terminal. We're trying to be a better alternative to ever having to open the terminal, especially when you're on your fucking phone. Just again, like I gave the example earlier, but the stash, like I take a screenshot, I paste it in, it just works. I can click it, I can see it, add some context, and then instead of sending it, I can Command S, and now I have a stashed prompt with an image in it here that all just works the way it's supposed to. These are all the types of things that are hellish when you're trying to hack terminals. Yeah, thank you again for the $100, man. That's super, super generous. Sorry I don't check YouTube chat as much. Do you see why, though? I'm scrolling. I am moving my fingers to scroll this, and it is entirely frozen. YouTube did recently hire a new PM in charge of live, so I'm hopeful things will get better. I actually think I get to meet with them soon. Also, is Orca open source? Oh, cool, it is. Fully open source MIT license. Nice. One of the better alternatives for sure. Let's see if we hit the number I'm trying to hit here. I really want to see 150. Yes, we did. I should probably edit this date range to be a little more viable. There we go. Make that recent uptick more visible. Isn't it funny how there's multiple companies who raised shitloads of money to build a worse closed source alternative to T3 code with way fewer users? We definitely don't have more than Claude Desktop. I wish. We have more than Conductor, I'm pretty positive, though. I think I said all I have to about this launch. I don't know if this will be a video or not. Probably won't be. How do I know that they have fewer for Conductor? Because if they had more, they would have bragged about it by now. And also because they constantly brag about how many cities people have used Conductor in. And they were really excited that they hit like 100 cities. And I haven't checked because we don't track user locations. But just from this chat, we probably cover over 100 cities. So it's just not that interesting to me. Came on Twitch just to say this. Thank you for making T3 code in the mobile app all open source. Of course. We plan to raise money, not in the near future, potentially, but like, we're good. This? Oh, lol. Yeah, I'll hit that reset button all day. Setting up a MacBook for remote dev, closing lid, keeping awake, etc. Just ask your agent to set it up. Are we losing money on T3 Connect? Probably, almost certainly, because we're not charging for it. Where can we go for issues in T3 Connect? Best place is probably to cut issues on GitHub. PC style, what did you send? I need to... I have to use it to know, and I'm just trying to not use as many things if they're not essential, and YouTube chat crashing is just like the thing I make fun of them for constantly. I don't think we're going to do a Lakebed T3 code integration because it's just Lakebed just works with everything, and T3 code's supposed to just work with everything as well. Does T3 code support LAN connections from mobile, or is it all cloud-based? It's entirely LAN-based. The cloud solution with T3 Connect is just doing a tunnel so that it does effectively a LAN connection. No plans for code on T3 chat in the near future. No, I don't want to sell inference. It's just we can't. We can't compete with the subsidization. Like, we just can't. It doesn't make sense to. Can I diagram out how T3 Connect works? It's very, very simple. It's this. We have a minimal relay that auths your ability to both create the tunnel and connect to it. And then we create the tunnel and you connect to it. Got you on inference. You're building a cloud at home. You can run GPT 3.5 for me. Beautiful. T3 chat mobile's happening. I had to pull off the hinge on it to help with some last minute T3 code stuff. T3 chat mobile is definitely happening very soon. The recent build that we have internally now has the entire canvas support as well, which is very exciting. T3 code has computer use. It just works through codecs. So if you have codecs set up with computer use, T3 code will do it as well. T3 Connect today via the app, and it kept trying to do USB security. Yeah, that's a fucking clerk being annoying. We have fixes in the pipeline for that. T3 Connect account switching. I've considered this. We'll figure out what we're going to do about that in the future. I've wanted this recently too, so we'll figure that out. The issue is I don't want it to be a way to, because we only let you connect 3 devices, and I don't want that to be a way to just let people create far too many connections because we're charged per tunnel. We'll figure out the details once we know what the traffic looks like a bit better. Yeah. Very fun. Excited to see what he does. My Ubuntu machine is headed, and it can work for computer use. Arbitrary file uploads through mobile? No, only images. Can you bring your own tunnels? Yeah, you can just use Tailscale. What's stability like? Nightly's probably more stable overall, but has more chances of breaking randomly. No idea. This might be a play services thing. Ask your agent. Generally, like, the code is open source. Just clone it, screenshot the thing that's broken, and ask the agent if it can figure out why. It will know better than me. What is my revenue? Approximately, let me do some quick math. Actually, I can blur when I do this. Calc. Okay, to the math, it's approximately negative $185,000 is how much money I've made off of T3 code. It's cost me around 185 grand. So, yeah, this is my gift to y'all fuckers. I'm deep in the red on this one. Yeah. I paid $200,000 so that you guys can have it for free. So yeah, tell me more about how I'm doing all of this for attention because I'm a greedy asshole. I hadn't actually done the math before now for that, and now I know. It was a very expensive decision. Yeah. You need something running T3 code in order to connect on mobile, yes. On Mac, the best bet's the desktop app. On Linux, npx T3 Connect will allow it to run in the background. Working on better background support for Mac OS. Next time I want to spend money, maybe run it by me. I didn't, like, the money spent is paying salary for Julius mostly. The vast majority of the number I just dropped was paying Julius his salary. When you also consider how much time I've put into like, it is, I'm just going to be super real with you guys. It is really hard for me to imagine T3 code being net positive for me. Like, the absolute best case with it, I'm talking purely cash-wise. Like, I'm doing it for the love of the game. I just want this to exist so badly. But, like, realistically speaking, the only way T3 code makes money is if we sell it or we add some feature we can charge for. And regardless of how do I put this? Like, regardless of the potential for us to monetize or sell, the amount of money we make will always be less than I could have made if I just didn't do this and took deals from all the alternatives to T3 code and shilled all of those in videos. Like, I could do one deal with Cursor and one deal with any of the new ones like Conductor, Orca, Superset, Tracer, or any of these other companies and shill those hard in my videos and make more money than I lost in like a month. And if you combine all of the time I would save, because I've spent 10 hours a day, at least 7 days in the last 2 weeks, like, that's my time, which could have been spent landing more deals, making more ads, making more videos. All of my time lost and my investment lost ends up increasing my costs. So could I increase my costs way more and potentially maybe break even? Sure. Or I can just do the thing because I want it and my team wants it. I'm just building this because we want it, and I'm willing to put my money where my mouth is and hope that this works out for us. Hard to know for sure, but we'll see. What is the Conductor workflow you're addicted to specifically? Oh, that makes sense, Lemke. We should probably improve Android stuff for that. I texted my mom a bunch, but I did not get a chance to call her because she's East Coast and my sleep schedule's too fucked. Who do you have to bribe to get the pagination for SQLite fix that you've been rebasing for a month? My other changes to the WebSocket should have fixed the majority of that, but Ola, can you drop the specific PR number in chat? If you drop the link, it'll break. What's the number for that, Ola? And I'll go check it now. Ras, don't say 10xn too loudly. The announcement's coming soon. Two-way sync will be annoying because we really just like don't want to rely on the weird formats of threads in the other things. We just want to rely on the events. I'll let you send that. IRO is the thing that we should look into. Okay, team, make a note for that somewhere. Don't apologize, Mickey. It's my fault for taking so long to announce it. I actually have to film stuff for 10xn very soon. Grok roadmap leaked. Yeah, very excited for the new Grok models. They've been surprisingly decent. What's the note? The note that we should look into IRO. It's being used in QueryMT. Just what Zate said here. This guy. Just put it in one of our internal Discord channels so I can look later. Let's see how the announcement is going. $35.10. Thank you, Ola. Code poll. I'll burn some Fable on that. And put this in my list of things. Thank you, Ola. I've been going hard on the data layer recently. So, yes, we'll be deep there. Do I plan to support the slop agent? No, I just, Oh My Pie is such fucking slop. I do not understand why people like it so much. I feel like it's an IQ test and I'm the only one who passed it. You are way too quick on this. Message to me from me. Oh, God. Yeah. T3 chat was profitable. Then I made some bad investments and it stopped being profitable. I'm also looking for more ways to use my like content account to fund T3 code development because the business account, like, so I'll give you guys an overview. Why not? Theo's businesses. Okay, so the businesses we have are T3 Tools Inc. This is the Y Combinator backed startup. This is what we have stuff like Ping, T3 Chat, T3 Code, Upload Thing, Pick Thing, Lawn, Marker Thing, and a bunch of other shit, all as part of T3 Tools Inc. Then we have T3 Content, which is the LLC that makes money off of my YouTube, off of my Twitter, off of my sponsors. This is also like where I can do open source donations from, stuff like that. The harsh reality right now is that while both of these businesses are doing well-ish, T3 Tools was barely profitable during the peak of T3 Chat and no longer is, especially now that I've had to hire up a bit for T3 Code. T3 Content is still very profitable and doing quite well. So what I often try to find now in order to make things happen is how can I take revenue from here, definitely not strategically placing the arrow next to sponsors there, and use said revenue to fund development on T3 Code, because there's not enough money in this account in order for me to fund T3 Code development to the level that I want to. So what I do is I pay my team slightly less on this side than I know they could make elsewhere. It's a normal dev salary, just not the god tier salary I know these people deserve. And then I pay them through sponsor donations or through sponsor revenue for things that also benefit content. Since a lot of T3 Code work benefits my content, I think this is totally reasonable. For example, when we have a new sponsor that is a product that could be useful for Julius's work in T3 Code, I can justify paying him as a researcher investigating these new tools and solutions. And now when I get a deal like Macroscope, for example, which is a really good code review platform and also a good dashboard for keeping track of what's going on as a person running a team, it's been incredibly useful having people like Julius use those tools and give me pieces and honest feedback that I can use both to help the brand tune the product and also to do better ads for that brand. So it is real money that I can justify because Julius helps me make more money on my content by giving me better things to talk about and better feedback for the businesses I work with. And Julius can then get paid by both of these businesses based on the work he's doing for both of them. People are asking who works for which. T3 Tools is Mark, Julius, myself, and Gabriel, as well as Yash as a part-time intern. So those are the employees for T3 Tools. Let's put myself at the top because I am actually salaried and paid money and get my healthcare through T3 Tools. T3 Content, I'm actually technically not an employee of. I am just an owner. But we have Alyssa, Jeff, FaZe, my editor, Ben Davis. I should put Mondays first because I have him or full time. Let's call him Mondays. And then I'll do another part-time line. I should do that here as well. People who aren't working full-time. People like Shiv, Maria. Addie helps every once in a while. She's been busy with her company, but she'll often come in for video review, help with stuff like that. I did recently get one more hire on this side that I can't share just yet, but none of you guys necessarily know him. He's not from tech, but he is a very exciting hire for us. I'm not forgetting somebody stupid, right? I tried my best to remember everyone. The teams have grown a lot. Yeah. The thing that I'm hiding here is that there is a third company. More soon. The two that matter for my content, the two that you guys care about, are these two. And I hope this helps clarify the split. T3 Tools is the company that like raised money from investors. We went through Y Combinator. It's a real startup that needs to eventually pay its investors back and help them make money. Content is the stuff that you guys are watching and taking part in right now. It's where the revenue comes from for sponsors and whatnot. And then we have more soon. Do I leak? I'll leak a little. I didn't say anything. Very exciting future. Lakebed will be part of T3 Tools. If you think the roster's big now, wait, we're finishing up details on a few more even bigger people. The three biggest have yet to officially join, but I have a good feeling about all of them. Ace Roll is a big part of why I started it, fun fact. Yeah. If you notice dev creators suddenly having much cooler ads with much cooler brands, you can predict who's behind that. I'm privately helping out Jabril separately. I also love Jabril's wife. We talk a lot, especially at OpenSauce. She's a legendary iOS dev and is the one building all of the apps for Hank Green. That circle's the best. What does it stand for? 10x Network. Cool. Maria just DM'd you some small things on Discord. Just know that and don't mention that going forward for a bit. Sadly sensitive. Yeah, people suck. That's the other fun thing with running an agency is you learn just how much people fucking suck. Yeah, bless Mickey as well, by the way, for being one of the people who inspired me to do this. I would say the ones who were the most inspiring were definitely Mickey and Ace Rolla, just like seeing where they were at, what their growth was like, and what they could do, and knowing that like some help from someone more experienced could really push them over that line. Yeah. So No, I did not send the new name, Shiv. It was actually an old name, sadly. But yeah, more soon. Trust me, you guys will be... honestly, like the 10xN stuff is not going to be that exciting to you guys, I think. It's much more for brands. And that's why we're taking our time with the release. We want to like slowly do it, get like real brand attention, things like that. Like I want to do a proper like press release for the media world. As I've said, the biggest names are coming. Chris Titus Tech was a huge land. Huge shout out to Maria for like reminding me that I should do that. Yeah. Not customer facing. Mostly not, yes. It needs a release because brands like to feel cool. I have to play the stupid marketing game for companies, sadly. Doug, I'm in talks with. Otto doesn't make as much content directly, but Doug, I definitely want to help out here. More soon. I can't talk too much about this. I've already said more than I probably should have. Let's go through the subs I missed while we were doing all of that. Oh, I missed the raid. Sorry, Okaguno. Hopefully you're taking a break after stream. Cool. Let me thank the people I missed. Thank you to Dread Monkeys for the cheer. Got a lot of my video about the bad codex default system prompt. Curious if shipping custom curated system prompts, compaction prompts, etc. in T3 code is something I've considered. Definitely considered. I don't want to break out too far from the official harnesses, but definitely something I'm thinking a lot about. Petra.bin here with the 2 months. Thank you for that. Chris Cove with the 5 months of support. G. Martin with the tier 2, the few, the proud. So much love. Been loving the models and realizing a lot of people at your company are still using Claude. Swim school. That's cool that Claude is broken out of just like traditional software dev. Leo is a dev with the Prime for 10 months. Such a good update. Fuck yeah. Thank you, man. 6 months of tier 1 for Macaboo. Thank you as always. Box model dev. Been using T3 code more. Excited for Connect mode. Try to contribute some fixes for minor issues you've run across. Thanks again for making an amazing tool and keeping it FOSS. Of course. Neutronic MC with the 15 months of support. As soon as I add Jiu-Jitsu, you won't be able to resist making it your main interface. I miss JJ so much. No project threads and chats in T3 code, similar to Codex. Definitely want to, but have to figure out the ergonomics of that, making sure it works in every harness and whatnot. Yeah, at least you have the job prompt. I'm pumped for you to have that, man. Always good to see you. Maru with the Prime, thank you for that. Charik Sandra with the 11 months. UI is so smooth. Thank you, man. We put a lot of work in. Hack13 Fox with the Prime. All these banger alerts. You guys are so generous. Capital JD79 with the tier 1. What's with all the tier 2s today? I love you guys. Thank you for that. 25 months for Mitch. Blaze Reds the 9th with the Prime. Thank you. Information Rocket with another gift. You're fucking crazy with those, man. Thank you. Prometheus with the Prime. Subway 156 with the Prime. B33 IRL. Any chance in effect videos on the roadmap? Would love to see my take on it. My effect take would be too stupid. I started to learn it right as Opus 4.5 came out, and that just demotivated me from learning something that's that big of a mental hurdle. I can kind of read effect code right now. It definitely results in more stable systems, but you also have to steer your agents to do effect correctly a lot. Devs are usually young single males, have a lot of disposable income, and tech creators are probably undervaluing their prices. Kind of. Do I go into the economics of what we're doing here publicly, or do I wait until we announce it? I'm going to wait till we announce it, but all I will say here is that developers are a much more valuable audience than most audience, especially like gaming audience. So if you're, for example, a game creator and a third or a fourth of your audience are devs, that fourth is worth way more than the other 3/4. And we are trying to monetize that. So a lot of the creators we work with will be making ads that are less relevant for a bigger portion of their audience, but that small portion that is developers, that is interested in these solutions, is so valuable that brands are willing to pay for that. And that's the arbitrage I'm trying to do. I will once again remind you guys that the biggest names are still coming, and there's a very good chance that when you drop big names in chat that they are potentially on the way. Back to chat, or back to subs quick, and then we can make real videos. Rebel Onion with the Prime for 3 months. Previously, you were given the advice to look back at code from a year ago, and if you dislike it, you know that you're improving. You don't think that applies that much anymore? I think that absolutely applies still. It's actually really fun to take an agent through an old code base and have it read the code and give feedback, and then have it read new projects and give similar feedback. Super chats, I'll go take a look. I might have got them already, though. Gamer58 with the Prime, thank you for that. Not Luck Knight with the huge cheer, thanks for the congratulations again. Unknowingly Anonymous with the 6 months of tier 1. Flaw with the 5 bomb. Thank you again for all the gifts today, guys. You guys have been way too generous. Mr. Bubbles with the almost 2 years of Prime. Alejo the Legend, 53 months. God damn. Thank you for the year of straight tier 3, the Legend, and then 53 months overall. You've been around since day 1. Semyon Fox with the 2-year mark. Josimo hitting over a year. SimSH Lady with the 5 bomb as well. Thank you all for the cheers. Good to see you, Gamer Girl. You were the first sub today. Appreciate it. Theo Extreme with the Prime. Thank you. Mazarin with the Prime as well. Tro Gundam with the 20 months. Nand Dev with the 22 months. Respect for keeping all this open source. Thank you. It's not cheap, but it's the right call. Coop with the Prime. Toby with the 2 months of tier 1, 3 months total. MMM Matt. Always good to see you, Matt. Thanks for the 4 months. Cool. Where do I see it going? I think that Mitchell's making a new company because it's fun for him. We'll see where it goes. But I think that terminals aren't the right interface, and we will learn our lessons over time, again and again and again, over and over, even though we've learned these lessons a dozen times already. Okay, let's see what the agent had to say about the generous YouTube donor. God, YouTube's so broken. From Ola. Thank you again. Interested in your T3 Code 2 using the same mechanism as the mobile app. Been working on it for a long while. Interesting. DM me a link on Twitter or Discord. Twitter's probably better. I'll be more likely to see it. Post stream if you can, and I'll maybe take a look. I'm also working on T3 Code CLI, but for very different reasons. We'll share in the future. But it's not for coding. You don't think adding a vehicle to make money is a bad thing, and I should. Remote Firecracker VM, scalable, completely self-serve. Wires easy. I have considered this. Getting your auth for your subscriptions for Codex and Quad Code is the sketchy part, and I don't want to do too much there. Our play would be more likely to be an enterprise solution where we set you up with something that we don't have in the open source project that lets you provision Firecracker with Bedrock with like 1 click for your own usage within your own business. Perhaps. Just like one of the options, but none of those will make enough money to justify it directly. We'd have to go a different direction. But I think T3 Code is so valuable and it's at its core that I don't really care about how we monetize it yet. I just want to make something great first. Thank you, Saloxy Risk, for the Prime as well. Cool. I think I've addressed everybody and everything. Technically, the T3 server is already a CLI. That sounds like you're onto something really cool and nice username. Okay, let's hop all the way over here to Notion. I'll put this T3 Code mobile drop. Not really sure if this should be a video or not. Okay, so the things I kind of have to do today is the what's with all these letters. This is the OpenAI and Anthropic. There's the open weight letter from NVIDIA that a bunch of people signed, including not Anthropic, as well as the letter from all the employees at OpenAI, Anthropic, and DeepSeek, yeah, that are saying we need to slow down. Definitely need to do that. Need to figure out how to package it. But yeah. New rules of context engineering. I've been thinking about this Thoric post, and I think it's a good opportunity to go deeper into all of that. There is trying all of Matt's skills. Very fun stuff here that I really want to do. But also, I rewrote all my markdown files. Cool. I think we have enough. I don't want to delay Matt again. I really want to do that already. I need to use Buzz before I can talk about it, and I promised PC Style I would use his stuff first. Interesting. I can read this later. They are destroying books to steal it for AI training. No, copyright law and ownership law has made it annoying and sadly clear that if you buy a physical book and want to digitize it, you cannot maintain the physical and the digital copy. So you must destroy the physical in order for the digital to not be an invalid / illegal copy. This is the law that is enforcing that, not the companies. I don't care about this person. They have made a lot of really dumb takes in the past. And the plugin for Claude Code Codex just uses Codex directly still. Not great. What is this person? Is somebody who's not using Fable. Hard for me to trust them at this point. Like, Fable is just so much better for real work. You'll just think Anthropic likes to waste money shredding books. They legitimately do, and it's annoying. I have to film. What are you making me look at? I'm not going to play the game, but it is really cool that Matt Schumer's loop is doing that well. Recommended GHCP setup? Huh? Definitely want a profile view type thing in the near future. GitHub Copilot. Yeah, just use it in open code. I have a stats page I was working on. I haven't gotten very far with it. Oh, that reminds me. Did I find this? Cool. That'll be up in a bit. Vibe coding a video shit post. What the fuck's 2026? Yep. The porting TypeScript to JavaScript is just him trying to gaslight me and people like me in particular. Thank you to all the subs I missed when we were doing that. We got Alkiza, thank you for the 17 months. Slip Second for the 17 months as well. And Zaddy Epstein, quite a name. Thank you for the Prime. Remote dev on T3 code is so seamless you forgot you were using a remote box. This happens to me all the time. Oh, sorry, I gotta... Sorry, I had to move some things around. I forgot I can just blur now. Need to take more advantage of that. Use T3 code to rescue your 2014 Pokemon out of your 3DS. Fuck yeah, that's awesome. I have so many backups of my Pokemon for lots of very stupid and emotional reasons. Mostly emotional, more so than stupid, honestly. Jesus Christ, a ton of y'all showed up on YouTube today. Thank you all. I think we peaked at like 3K across platforms today. We do have a plan mode, but I want to get rid of it. The NPX T3 Connect is only one line. I just gave more context after. I wanted to just say NPX T3 Connect, but I wanted to give a bit more context and not be too annoying. I'm sorry that YouTube chat just breaks all of the time. Like, all of the fucking time. Ooh. Good shit. The reason behind wanting to nuke plan mode, it's not useful, and it shouldn't be a user-chosen toggle. Like, these are things that the model can infer based on what you ask. How do you make NPX T3 Connect run in the background? You use it on Linux. On Mac OS, background services are more annoying. I'm working on a solution there. It'll probably involve a GUI and a like desktop app, but we will figure that out in the near future. Okay, sorry, I had to respond to a thing. We're good now. God, everybody wants my attention. I had to scroll back down every 15 seconds just to get it to refresh. Yep. iOS message, check my Twitter. All there. Shiv. Get to vids now. Yes, you were right. Making me click extra to get that info. Let's get started. Okay, I want to do the markdown one first, just because it's on the top of the mind and I can recontextualize for the other stuff after. Let me close things I don't want visible in here. Not needed anymore. Cool. Cool. Okay. That's hilarious. Fire so. Good to know. I will be at DEF CON this year, yes. Time to get started. Ah, cool. You might have noticed that I haven't been posting videos as much recently. Part of that's because I had a lot of fun going to open source, and that definitely threw off my schedule for recording, but the bigger part is just that I've been coding way more. Way more. I've landed dozens of PRs in just the last 3 days, and many more if you're willing to go back a week or two. I have been coding more than I ever have, and more importantly, I've been landing more code than I ever have. A lot of this is due to the overhaul in A lot of this is due to the overhauls we've been pushing in T3 code to make it a better experience, especially when you're trying to get changes landed. But through all of the time that I've been spending in T3 code, working on lots of real world projects in parallel for apps that have hundreds of thousands of users, I have found that there is, retake on that bit. A lot of my productivity wins recently can be credited to T3 code. We've made a ton of improvements that make it way easier to work on lots of things for real applications in parallel. But I've also spent a lot more time in my editor. The last 2 days, I've spent more time in VS Code than I probably have in the last year, actually writing and reading code. As long as you consider Markdown files code. I know this sounds insane, but I actually sat down and spent maybe 6 hours just editing Markdown. And then the next day, spent another 6 to 10 hours testing those changes and making small adjustments afterwards. And I want to share how much this has benefited me. I am genuinely annoyed at how much these small changes have improved my development experience, and I have a feeling they will help you out too. I want to cover everything that I've been doing here, from how I actually make these changes and test them, to how I keep these things synced across the many different machines I do dev work on, because there's like 5 of them now, to how I actually write these things and audit the histories I have with my agents to make sure I'm doing them right. But I got one more really helpful thing I want to show you first. Today's sponsor. Cool. So as I mentioned at the start, as I mentioned before, I've been coding a lot more, and I actually decided to sit down and take the time to streamline certain things that I was doing. One of the first things I did, since T3 code makes it so easy to work across multiple machines, I have 4 that I work on T3 code itself on in T3 code. You can literally just click and choose what box is going to run that diff. It's super convenient to have lots of machines that you could run different work on depending on the needs of the work you're doing. Managing everything that exists on all of these machines and making sure skills are available on the right ones and not available on different ones, not trivial. And I caught myself starting to make a custom system to manage all of that. And I got pretty far into it, and it was buggy and annoying and had lots of annoying edge cases. So I stopped. This directory we're looking at here is my fleet repo. And my fleet repo is just a bunch of markdown files and a fork of Vibe proxy, because I'm making a lot of changes to the CLI proxy API for my specific needs. And in my agents in ClaudeMD, I describe what this project is and what I want agents to do in it. So when I do make changes to the skills I have, like I have my core agents in ClaudeMD, and I have the skills directory that has a folder for Claude-only skills, a folder for my command center skills, which is just this one machine, the leader machine that controls everything else, and a universal folder for the skills that I want all of my machines to have. I also have a little bit of metadata that I include here that makes it easier for my agents when I'm running them in this project to know which skills should appear on which machines. So let's start from the top. And that's not my old agents. Cool. Yeah. This was my AgentsMD and ClaudeMD file that I have had on all of my computers for approximately 2 years now, give or take, maybe a bit less. And I hadn't touched it because I just didn't think it mattered that much. I also have a video I did before about deleting your ClaudeMD and AgentsMD. That was for project Claude and AgentsMD files, and you're definitely writing those wrong. I will show you what I mean in a bit. We'll get there. Trust me. This was my old file. I had global defaults. First off, I called that repo-specific AgentsMD instructions, override these. User instructions override both. TypeScript, I had one instruction. Avoid any unless there is no reasonably typed alternative or the user explicitly asks for it, because I was tired of agents just writing everywhere, especially like GPT 4.1 and like Sonnet 4 to 4.2. Really bad about all that. And then I had some instructions here for commands. I was really tired of agents spinning up dev servers and breaking my environment, so I told them to stop. I said prefer targeted verification first, like type check and lint and focus tests, run full builds, yada yada. Package manager preferences, I said prefer bun than PNPM. Tech preferences, just the things I want to use. Code styles, okay, I did make one change here recently. I added this Yagni bit, which did actually meaningfully help. I don't know where this came from. Another agent might have added this. And then the computer inventory. This was definitely added by Sol when I was working on the fleet at some point. But this was not a great AgentsMD. And I just kind of lived with it for a long ass time. Someone in chat just asked, do you still write your AgentMD files as, this is a loving letter to you, my agent, from me, your human coworker? Quality prediction. You know what? Let's look at this in the nice view that is provided in VS Code. I'll do that to get us a bit more room. Here is my new global AgentsMD. This is probably the least important of the files, but we'll go through the rest. I'm Theo. You're my agent. We'll be working together a lot, so I thought it'd be worth introducing myself. Known for my YouTube channel and work on T3 products like T3 GG, T3 Chat, T3 Code, Upload Ping, etc. I love to build. I focus on building complex things as simple as possible. I love to find ways to reduce complexity when solving problems. This is a small piece, but I found this helps a lot just because my preferences were not often met by agents, especially with certain overeager models like 5.6 Sol and Opus 5. I noticed that my agents were a bit too proactive and were a little quick to start writing a lot of code when they didn't necessarily need that much code. This 2-sentence addition here helped a ton with that in particular. I specify that I want to share some of my preferences here so we can be more aligned as we work together. You might be questioning why I'm writing this way. A lot of it is because the models are good at tone matching. If you talk a certain way to the model's more likely to talk that way back, which is something I very much wanted. You'll see more specific examples of this in the not too distant future. I do have bullet point lists where they make sense, like in my general coding preferences. So keep things simple. Type safety is useful. Don't be scared to propose bold ideas that can meaningfully benefit our work. Be careful with destructive actions that are not explicitly requested. Tests are good. Endless smoke tests, regression tests for feature deletions, etc. Much less good. Tests should be focused, not slop. Comments are a great way to clarify functions and how code is used. Don't comment every line, but feel free to describe concisely how functions are used above function definitions, classes, etc. And keep comments up to date when making changes. It's important to keep things in sync. Coding preferences for TypeScript, I have separate pieces here. This is mostly, because this is my AgentsMD, a lot of this is just to tune 5.6 Sol to not suck as much at TypeScript. Specifically, I said if your TypeScript code looks like a Python dev wrote it, it's bad TypeScript code. Avoid one-liners that are just casting wrappers. Write TypeScript in ways that Matt Pocock and Theo would be proud of. A very brief, if there's no tech for these things in the repo, this is the stuff I generally like. And when building more complex web and React Native apps, I like to pull in Zustain, React Query, Tansec Start, Clerk, or better auth if self-hosting, and Archetype or Zod if perf isn't an issue. You get the idea. Questions are read only. This is another nice change because I got annoyed at 5.5 and 5.6 being a little too quick to start making changes when I ask about stuff in the project. This helped a ton there. Match ceremony to the task. Do not spawn subagents or a multi-agent panel for work or a single agent finishes in one pass. Delegation is for breadth or adversarial review, not for ordinary tasks. When several agents do work in parallel, state file ownership up front so they don't collide. This again was noticing a lot of subagents editing the same files and having problems. This one line helped quite a bit. Visual and design work, do not edit real components first. Standing contrasts, prefer dark mode with white texts. This is me trying to get rid of the grays. Blast radius, this is me trying to make sure it doesn't destroy my production environments. And then my pull request section. This is a little aggressive here, but I have a separate pull request skill that has been very, very helpful. I think that actually might be the best thing to go to next. I noticed myself saying the same couple things to my agents over and over, and they would often behave differently, and they would often behave in ways that I didn't love. In particular, when I asked my agents to babysit a PR or to file a PR, the quality I would get out was mixed. So I started originally with the babysit PR skill, which has been very helpful because a lot of my projects have a lot of AI code reviewers on them, thanks to the incredible channel sponsors we have around that. Some projects like T3 Code have 3 or 4 of them on the project, and babysitting allows and the point of the babysit skill is to have my agent monitor the PR, doing things like rebasing and pulling in main when it should so that the PR stays fresh. Things like reading those review comments and addressing them when they come in. And most importantly, looping until the PR is green and everyone's approved. As I told my agents to babysit more, I noticed certain failure patterns that frustrated me. Little things like the agent commenting through my account but not indicating it was an agent, to big things like the PR getting 3 times larger than it should have been because it would address every single comment like it was mission critical, even for things that didn't matter as much. So the point of this was to fix those things. All the repos we work in have various AI review bots. They're helpful, even if they're not always right. If your harness offers tools to monitor a PR, use them so you can respond when comments arrive. Otherwise, pull the PR for new comments and checks. Only act on checks and comments newer than the latest push. Verify every bot finding against the source before changing code. Fix real findings and CI failures. Distinguish repository failures from infrastructure flakes. And reply with a written reason when dismissing false positives. I'll specify to keep an eye on changes to main and rebase when needed. If an overlapping PR makes this one obsolete, stop monitoring, report to the user, and ask before closing unless closure was explicitly authorized. If a review bot leaves feedback you believe is not worth addressing, reply and resolve the comment. Format comments left on Theo's behalf as such. Markdown, model slug responding on behalf of Theo. Actual reply. This has been super helpful. Screenshots and videos help as well. I have a custom file upload skill that I built for my agents that allows them to upload arbitrary files to R2 with a public URL they can use to embed things in PRs because I noticed them doing nasty shit to try and get a video in a PR. This solved that. Do not let review feedback expand the PR beyond use. This is probably the most important line in here, though. Do not let review feedback expand the PR beyond the user's original goal. Address real shortcomings, but avoid scope creep. This skill's been great. One of the most important details is kind of hidden now. Let me do that so you can see it better. The description. This is a thing that most people get wrong, and agents get even more wrong. Your description should not describe necessarily what the skill does, because the description is always inserted, even if the skill is not being used. The point of the description is to let the model know when it should pull in the skill. So you should treat the description less like an elaborate explanation of all the things the skill does. Hell, I've seen skills where the description gives you everything that you need, and you don't even need to use the skill because the description has all the details. The description should have the magic keywords to tell the model when to pull the thing in. So here, I could probably delete this monitor a pull request through review in CI entirely and have it just be use when the user asks to monitor, watch, or babysit a PR. The point of this skill is to be pulled in and give the model the context when it needs these things. Treat the description more like the keywords to I know it's unintuitive because it's called the description, but you really should think of the description of a skill as the trigger keywords rather than as an actual description. As such, you can guess how my file PR skill is formatted. File a concise pull request. Use when the user asks to file, open, or create a PR. Actually, Jeff, cut this to when I was talking about my global agents MD. I'm going to get this question a lot, so I'm going to jump at it up front here. Sorry if you answered already, but where can I find the agents MD file? I want to copy some of the instructions. You can't. I have very intentionally not published this file. Let me open it first. Yeah. I very intentionally not published this file, not because I'm evil and I want you to have to carefully watch the video and copy every single word by hand, but I'm not. The real reason is the value of this isn't the exact things I instructed. It is the way I thought of it. It is the reasons I added the things I added and the path I took there. I'm still going over the files, and we'll do this for a bit, but I will describe how I came to these conclusions and why I added these things right after. I really want you guys to take the opportunity to learn from my process here, not to copy paste the specific things in my global files. Copying all these files would be like copying someone's generic code template, then using it for every single thing you touch, but also all of the things that you've worked on before as well. These files influence how all of your agents work across everything you do. You should control this file. You should edit this file. You should think about its contents and adjust it over time based on your needs and your problems. Anyways, let's look at my skills a bit. Cool. Hopefully you get a smooth cut out of that, Jeff. I am so sorry for how annoying this edit's going to be. Cool. Originally I had the file PR and babysit PR skills as one skill, but I noticed once I added the keywords that it was good enough at triggering that I didn't really need that anymore. So I made them separate. Also, I often want one and not the other, so having them separate was really nice. So now I have the file PR skill that triggers whenever a user requests filing, opening, or creating PRs. This skill has been a night and day difference to my quality of life. Not because my agents couldn't file PRs before, they could, but my agents would often file PRs in ways that I fucking hated. And now I don't hate it as much. So here is what I steered it to do. You know what? I'm actually going to start somewhere slightly different with this. Here's an example of a PR that was filed by one of my agents before I made these changes. The title is Fix Server, Parse CLI version and update pre-flight. Summary, verified pinned runtimes against the CLI's actual T3 version output, make the self-updating process runner fake emit the same format, and keep wrong version coverage realistic. Can any of you guys say in plain language what the point of this PR was? I know I can't. I happen to remember what I did here. The problem was that I was getting errors in the little log in T3 code that showed when there was drift between the version on your machine and the version on the remote machine. And this is the PR that was made to fix that. A lot of my PR descriptions looked like this, and the titles aren't helpful either, and that was annoying me. So I gave direct, concrete examples to my agent here. Before filing, check whether a PR for this branch already exists. Review the diff locally against origin main to make sure its contents match the goal. Better. PR titles usually become commit messages, so follow the repository's title conventions. Look at recently merged PRs and Git histories, for example. Prefer a concise, human-readable title that explains why the changes matter. Bad example here, perf server. Negotiate per message deflate on the WebSocket. Good example, perf server. Cut WebSocket frame size by 70% with gzipping. This was a real example that I did because I had a really awful title I hated from one of my agents and gave it this example. Agents are really good at bad and good examples. So if you notice your agent's doing something poorly that you have to go adjust, put one or two of those inside of a skill or your globals And now the agent knows what bad and good is to you, and you've seeded its weights with the things that matter to you. Another important chunk that I have here, this is probably the one that's changed my life the most, as silly as it is. Open the description with a simple explanation of the problem based on the user's original prompt, then briefly explain the solution. Do not lead with an implementation inventory. So I gave a bad example here. Removed implicit workspace carryover from every new thread entry point. New threads inherit only the project from context, branch, work tree, yada yada. Just nonsense. No one's going to read this. Good example. My new work tree default was ignored when starting new threads on existing work trees. Super unintuitive. Now your preferences always apply. So much better. I also specifically told it to stop opening draft PRs because Codex loves opening draft PRs that don't get reviews. I told it to open a real PR rather than a draft so the review bots run. If the user also has to babysit it, continue with the babysit PR skill. I probably don't even need this anymore because it pulls the skills incorrectly. Cool. And you can see the difference if we scroll up a bit and click any of my new PRs. Feature for web, regenerate selected thread titles. This one merged into a different branch. Actually, this is probably not the best example because I already merged into a different branch. Let's find a different one. Cool. Here's a simple example. Fix for release, skip scripts during Vercel installs. The hosted web deployment runs its filtered Vercel install command twice. Both installs invoke the root prepare lifecycle, so the persistent build cache accumulated affect TSGO backups until it hit the 100 file limit and blocked releases. So now we're running with ignore scripts. That's a lot clearer. I also have at the bottom here in my example description, maybe I don't have it here, but I have it in my global. I think I have it in my global. I do. I should add it here as well. Yeah. Add a blurb to the end of the PR description about what model and harness is making the changes. This has been really helpful for keeping track of what I'm using for different work. Sadly, Codex often doesn't know what model it's using. I've been yelling at the Codex team for a bit about this. Claude always knows, and most other harnesses know as well. Codex does not include the model slug inside of the system prompt, which is dumb of them. So sometimes it'll say that 5.4 filed it when it didn't, which is annoying. But yeah, small thing. Helps a lot to get this information in my PRs. I've been really happy with this change, much more so than I expected. Another simple example, I had a bug in stashed prompts where they were being stashed per harness, which didn't make sense because if I stashed a prompt for Codex, I want to go throw it in Claude, it annoyed me. I told it needs fixing, and it described it accordingly. Stashing a prompt, switching providers, and restoring it didn't work. The stash was bucketed per provider instance, so after a switch, the badge disappeared and the stash looked lost. Restoring also dragged the stash model selection back, defeating the point of moving a prompt to a different provider. This is a great description of why I cared enough to do this thing. Super nice. Everything so far has been focused on my global skills and my global agents and ClaudeMD files, but there's a lot more to this than that. I want to show how I tuned the files that we have in T3 code itself for people contributing to T3 code. This isn't for T3 code users, it's for T3 code contributors. It's much more specific to the code base, which means it would be helpful to figure out how I discovered these things in the first place. Let us take a look here. This was not a great example because I actually explicitly told the agent to not make the PR, but instead generate the one-click link so I could make the PR, and then I opened it and went and tidied all of these things up. Yeah, from here down as AI slop, I did include that. Happy that that landed though. Oh shit, Tim, thank you. Yeah, very happy that landed. Interesting. I'll take a look at this. Cool. Um, I was so sure. Um, cool. This is good enough. We'll work with this one. Nice. This is the real thread I use to do a lot of the changes that I'm talking about here. To be clear, when you look at the generated agents MD and Claude MD, don't assume I used those because I didn't. I was using them largely as a reference point to get things tuned how I wanted. I opened with a relatively wordy prompt on what my goals were here. That I want to rethink the agents MD and Claude MD for T3 code. I want them to better match the tone of my global agents and Claude MD. I also want to better represent the project and how agents should work. Random additional things I want to touch on. These are things I knew had been happening a lot that were annoying me. And also, I wanted to pull in my glossary from my Lakebed Agents MD because I found that that has been super, super helpful for how I communicate with the agent. I also said to match the tone from that file, write up 2 separate drafts for an alternative Claude MD based on what I shared here. And it wrote them, and I didn't like them much. There were parts there that were good, but it wasn't great. But I asked it to do something that ended up being significantly more helpful. Can you look through my history with models like Fable, Opus, and GPT-5.6 Sol in Claude Code and Codex on this machine to see what the most common mistakes are? Want to make sure we optimize to steer away from those. I want you to break down the most common failure modes and how often each model hits them. This was fun because not only did it catch specific failures that I cared about, it also categorized them by how often they happened with each model and harness. I noticed Opus 5 was aggressively killing the wrong process, often killing the T3 code instance that it was running in. And it now is confirmed with real numbers. Even though I only used it for 2 days, it had done significantly more attempts to kill processes than Fable had in all the time I used it. Here you can see all the times user data were touched. Thankfully, it was almost all read-only inspection, but we should still audit it further. PR hygiene, we noticed Sol. See, again, 40% of the time it filed PRs, it was filing drafts. Other models were much less likely to file a draft. A lot of repo-wide check failures where it was running things it didn't need to, taking way more resource and build time on my machine. Good call out that it had here. And it also tracked the bash error rates for the different agents that were working here as well. I will say that I did all of this with Opus because I was out of Fable at the time, and it didn't do quite as good of a job auditing as both Fable and 5.6 did. I did have all of them do audits, looking for various failures, and try to collect as many of them as possible so that I could use that as a reference point. I bet if I check my drafts here, Jesus Christ, the sheer number of things I've shipped and built skills and plans and things for. Okay, it looks like it's more likely to be in here. Here we are, yeah. I had everything from, as I mentioned, I had a lot of agents do this audit with me and find all the weird failures that happened across all of my real runs on my real machines. I forgot which model made this one, but I really, really liked it. This was measuring corrections per 100 user messages per model. So I would often tell Fable it implemented things wrong, but that's also because I use Fable to do the hardest stuff, and I often give Fable less context going in. I also apparently tell Opus 5 that its results look wrong way more often. It looks like Soul's really good here, but remember, I don't use GPT models for UI stuff, so if I say it looks wrong, I'm probably just going to move off of Soul. For process, I actually had more problems with Fable than other models for like leaving branches stale, not fixing CI, stuff like that. Opus 4.8 would misread what I was asking for very often. Tool misuse, Opus was the worst by far. Opus 5 was misusing shit all the time and breaking my environment. Overbuild, Opus 5 and Opus 4.8 were the most aggressive with. Apparently, Fable's slightly worse than Soul overall, but it's a universal problem. Stopping early was also a universal problem. No verify was pretty universal. Regression was rare but expensive when it happened. And only Soul was doing unasked edits that I had to tell it, like, hey, don't edit that. Undo that. And then it proposed a bunch of changes to my global files that it thought made sense. And I sat and read through this. And this one. And this one. And even this one. The point of doing all of this is that I wanted to get a better feel for all of the things that went right and wrong in my history. Some of this is just vibing it out and gut feel based on my own uses and my own work in these projects. But it's also a lot easier to go through your history with an agent, or dozens of them in this case, than it is to read through all of that yourself and really think about it. And getting stats on what the failure cases are and getting your agents to give you the feedback on what happened is super helpful. And if you notice certain threads that just didn't go how you want, you should work with the agent to fix that. You should ask it, why did you make this decision? What gave you indication that this was the right direction? It might be something that's outdated in your Claude MD or Agents MD. It might be something that it read incorrectly early and then followed along once it was in context that didn't actually make sense. Think about these failure modes, notice them when they happen, and ask the agent questions. Another really common one is if you ask for what you think will be a simple change and the agent takes 30 minutes or more when you thought it would take 5. Ask the agent why it took longer. What did it spend its time on? Ask it to categorize all of the tool calls it made into different groups and try to determine which ones were and weren't helpful so that you can make adjustments to help the model make better decisions in the future. And I guess with that, there's no better time than now to dive into our agentsmd file. Another very important thing is that your agentmd should be incredibly different from your readme-md. The point of a readme is context on the project and what it is that is useful for humans and agents that are trying to decide if they want to pull in this code. The point of the agent and claudemd files is to tell the agent how to change things in the code base and what it should know before it makes those changes. So yes, there are parts of this that should be descriptions of the project, but the majority of what's going on here really should be focused on how your agents will work in the project. If your instructions are if these instructions are very helpful for users, they're not, While there is a lot of overlap between developers contributing to a project and agents doing those contributions, this file really should not be written for devs. It should be written for agents to help the agent interact with the dev better. And with that said, one of the most important details you can get right in these is a glossary. I like writing these not just so the agent understands me, because it's usually pretty good at that. It can infer what I mean when I talk about a thing that I want it to do. The glossary can help it understand what I'm saying a little bit, but the glossary is much more helpful for the agent to describe things to me the way I want it to. And a lot of these base terms are really simple. Most of them are terms that it probably already knew, but when you give it this type of really simple language to describe things with, it becomes much easier to talk to the agent because it knows how you're thinking and how you and your team are working. So our glossary is really simple here. The first word defined in the glossary is you, which means the agent reading this file and changing T3 code. We, us, and maintainers mean Theo, Julius, and the people building T3 code. These are who you're talking to now. User means the person using T3 code to direct coding agents. An agent means the coding agent a user runs inside of T3 code. Depending on context, this may also include you. Provider means the agent runtime or harness that T3 code talks to, such as Codex, Claude, Cursor, or OpenCode. Client means the web, desktop, and mobile UIs. Environment means one running T3 server and the machine, file system, provider credentials, and state that it owns. A project is an environment local workspace record rooted at a directory. You get the idea. These are all very simple terms. I think this is easier from the top, though, so let's do that. T3 Code's a minimal GUI for coding agents. A node WebSocket server wraps provider CLIs like Codex, Claude Code, Cursor, Grok, and OpenCode, and it serves web, desktop, and mobile clients. You can think of T3 Code as an open source, bring your own subscription alternative to apps like Claude Desktop, Codex App, Cursor, Glass, and Conductor. This is useful context because now the agent has to spend less time figuring out what it is or what to look at when it's trying to model UI and UX. Now it has very specific direct instructions. Now it knows what to think about when it's trying to get things right. And then an important piece, what makes T3 Code special? Again, you might think, oh, that's something that should go in the README. Yeah, to an extent. But the more important part of putting this here is to give the model an idea of what it should never compromise on. If it's making changes and those changes hurt any of these things, it shouldn't make those changes. It also helps contextualize how it's working and where it's working. So it knows things like, since I say we're open at the core, that means it's an open source project. Act accordingly. Or things like we have over 100,000 users who love T3 code. That means that despite being alpha, we have to be careful to not break things. I even say here that it's important we maintain the things that our users love as we continue to iterate on the product. Here's a brief list of the things we can never compromise on. Open at the core. T3 Code is truly open. We share our roadmap, we share how we think about things, and of course, we share all of our code. A large number of our users run forks. We work in the open, and we should strive to stay that way. 2 is performance without compromise. Lots of apps have gotten bogged down with bad tech decisions and slop. We have not, and we're proud of the performance of T3 Code. We regularly audit for performance regressions, often caused by sending too much data over WebSockets, CSS animations causing GPU spikes, lists being hard to render, and more. Make sure all changes are considerate of performance impact. 3, remote ready. The architecture of T3 Code's WebSocket layer with NPX T3 enables a lot of awesome remote features. These have become core to the product. Whether users are connecting directly over their local network, using Tailscale, or leaning in fully with T3 Connect, which is our tunnel solution also in this repo, we need to make sure new features are properly supported. And then I have the multi-surface callout, because T3 Code has its 3 core surfaces, web, desktop, and mobile. Web is kind of two services. We have the public-facing app T3 codes as well as the locally hosting web app through npx T3 command. Both need to be supported by all new features where reasonable. Desktop's the main surface most users install first. It's a full Electron app that bundles the server runner as well. The desktop app can also be used as the host server, allowing remote connections from both app T3 codes or the mobile app. And there's mobile, which is a React native app for both iOS and Android. Mobile app allows for connecting to any T3 code server to control work remotely. Still an early access test flight, but it's pretty close to shipping globally. This I need to go remove now because we launched the app. This is all of the context that I want the model to have going in about what T3 code is so that it can make better decisions and not spend its first 4 tool calls Googling and reading through files to figure out what the fuck we're doing. I then do my favorite, a note from Theo. I like ambitious, simple systems and software that feels obvious. I like ambitious ideas, simple systems, and software that feels obvious. Do not preserve complexity just because it already exists. Do not introduce machinery because it looks architecturally impressive. Understand the real constraint, then fight for the smallest model that makes the correct behavior unsurprising. Channel both measure twice, cut once, and Yagni. These are just phrases in the dev world that are associated with smaller, concise changes and not adding things that are unneeded. Fight scope creep. Try to honor the dev's intent in both a minimal and realistic fashion. The rest of this document is meant to help you navigate the codebase and make changes effectively. Think of these instructions less as hard rules, more as good defaults. This is another important thing because I've noticed sometimes I'll put things in here that a user doesn't want, and then they get really annoyed if the agent's MD and the user disagree. So I always put something like this in order to make sure the person prompting can get around the stuff I put here if it doesn't make sense. I even specify that developer preferences should be able to override anything here. Of note, most T3 code contributions will come from T3 code itself, often controlled remotely. This means you should be careful about accessing data, killing dev servers, and other things that may damage the T3 code instance that the contributor is using. This is because I got really annoyed at Opus killing my running jobs. It was so fucking annoying that it inspired me to do this whole rewrite. So I guess Opus has contributed a lot. If you haven't caught up on the podcast, Opus 5 went from my favorite model to one that pisses me off a ton really fast. I don't use it if I can avoid it at this point. But yeah, this was because Opus was pissing me off. And then we have the glossary. And then I have the 3 ways to hurt yourself. This came pretty much directly from Sol auditing my logs and finding these particular failure modes that happened a lot. I want to do an ad transition because we've been long enough that a second ad can fit here. We're going to do that. I've got a few more really good pro tips coming up, as well as I have a few more pro tips coming up for real world work, as well as 2 skills that have changed my life that I've never shared before. And I'm really excited to show you guys all of that. But I hope you can forgive, this video is getting long, so I hope you can forgive one more quick sponsor break. Sorry about that. I hope you understand. Writing Markdown's expensive, and writing it all by hand is time consuming. A bit of this was whisper flowed, but the majority of this was hand coded and written. So yeah. This next piece is another one of those huge lifesaver ones because I was running into a lot of problems where I would make a change in T3 code and it would only apply to one of the surfaces. For example, it would only be changed on the desktop app and not the website or mobile. I wanted to stop doing that and also to make sure the docs kept up to date as well. So I said as much. Hit every surface. The most common defect in this repo is a change that works on the path you tested and is missing everywhere else. Before calling front-end work done, walk this list and say which entries apply. Make sure all the entry points are addressed, things like settings page, command palette, and key bindings. So if you add a feature in the chat view, it should be accessible in those places. You have clients, because we need to make sure things work in all the different clients, the web version, the desktop version, as well as the mobile apps. Shared logic lives in the shared package client runtime section. And then the providers. Each of our providers have their own adapters. Provider shape features need a decision per adapter, even if the decision is not supported here. Very helpful, especially when we add features for Codex and Claude. Now you have to decide, okay, not Cursor, Grok, or OpenCode because their implementations aren't quite as far along, or maybe you do decide to sneak in Grok because their SDK has made a lot of progress. Super helpful. We also have this contracts package, which describes everything that crosses the wire over the WebSocket server or the new HTTP-backed like cold store. A lot of the time, changes will be made in the app that aren't properly reflected in the contracts package. This one line has fully fixed that. This was another really big one, reverse states. I had a lot of instances where I added things like snooze or I had a lot of instances where I added things like settle and snooze, but the logic to unsettle or unsnooze was not provided. This helped a ton with that. Same with the connection modes, telling it the ways it can connect, make sure that they all work as expected, and then the docs. This callout ended up making me go even further, and I believe I still have a PR open for this. I do. I made a PR that I have to update and get merged soon where I properly split user and maintainer docs so they're two entirely separate entry points, because I've had a lot of problems with models writing a bunch of the internal details of how something works in the user-facing docs. I had this a lot with Lakebed, and I still have it a bit with T3 code, and I found that a really clear split plus a little bit of tuning in your AgentsMD to steer the model in the right direction helps a ton with this. Also gave some context on dev servers because I noticed the model often trying to call bun, even though the whole project is Vite Plus now, and it's called out everywhere. Models are also really bad at Vite Plus without a little bit of help because they'll try to type out Vite Plus and it doesn't work. They have to use VP. And they'll also use VP dev instead of VP run dev, which is really annoying. I called out Evan Yu for this decision already, where VP dev does its own thing, and VP run dev does what you actually want. Even though PNPM dev and bun dev do the obvious thing, VP dev is special. And that pissed me off a lot at the time because it annoyed me to have to remember to type the right thing. Then my agent started making the same mistake, and now I'm even more pissed. So this is a line that exists because our friend Evan Yu could not get over his bullshit. It is what it is. He's wrong. It is hurting real users. Now I have to add this line and burn millions of tokens over the next few years because one person thought this was a good idea. Yeah. Couple more pieces in here that were helpful is I gave instructions for using custom T3 code home directories so that if you spin up a dev server, it doesn't break your running server, as well as the ability to share a dev server over Tailnet and Tailscale, which has been awesome for doing a lot of remote dev work. I also noticed that it was sharing the wrong URL without the pairing I also noticed it was often sharing the wrong URL without the pairing token that I needed, so I told it to do that. And I also noticed that it was stopping the wrong processes and often forgetting to stop the one that it should, so I told it to make sure it saves the PID when it spins up the dev instance so it could kill it. I gave explicit instructions for test data, which have been very helpful as well as some instructions for verifying. I got annoyed at it spinning up computer use when it didn't need to, so I specified here, upon request, user visible front-end changes should get one integrated pass in a real client. And we have skills for this, Test T3 app and Test T3 mobile, that Julius wrote for spinning up and testing those things with computer use. Then a bit more pull request instructions so the people filing pull requests will get better stuff when they do it from their agent, because we have like 500 PRs. I want everything I can to make them easier to read. This has been very helpful already with that. The where code lives probably isn't that necessary anymore, but it's so little, whatever, it's fine. A little taste section about where we want things to live. Complexity belongs at the adapter boundary. Orchestration stays pure. UI stays dumb. Inferred types over annotations. Any's the enemy. Yep. Comments describe how a thing is used and move with when the code moves to be used mostly to describe functions, not to annotate every line of behavior. Our users drive agents all day and notice dropped frames, lying spinners, and stale labels. No continuously repainted animations. They peg the GPU. The rule here fights the task in front of you. Say so loudly and get a human sign off before breaking it. Cool. One last one is I noticed that the dev servers were being spun up and worked on with way too much security for something that only affects your local network and tailnet. So I yelled at it for that and said security is important, but should not be over-indexed on, especially for dev mode and maintainer-only features. Another one of those additions that seems small, but has actually been life-changing for a lot of this work. The harsh reality is that you don't notice complexity that isn't necessary until it crosses a certain threshold. So the problem I ran into is a lot of my stuff got unnecessary. So the problem I had is that stuff was getting unnecessarily complex. I only noticed when it was too far, but then I took all of the things that caused that, I put them here, and now everything is less complex, which has been awesome. It's been so nice to have everything I do just be more like what I want. And my prompts have gotten way smaller as a result. Okay. Here's a real example. I have to add the iOS and Android apps for T3 code to the marketing site. We are working on a marketing site overhaul, but I want these ASAP. So we're going to get them right now. I asked it to make these changes. It decided that it wanted to give me a mock for all the different options using one of those two skills I'll show you in a minute. And it created these mocks. A's marketing hero with the also on your phone call out. B, marketing final call to action. C, download page. D, marketing footer. I hate most of these. It wants C plus D plus A together. Cool. Do C plus D plus A. File and babysit. That is my whole prompt. That prompt will do everything I want the way I want it to. The C plus D plus A, it knows because that's the context it gave me using my HTML skill. And file and PR tells it, use these skills to figure out the rest that I want. And I bet if we look at these tool calls, it will almost certainly call to pull in those skills. Those are breaking, whatever. Cool. Here's another one that I already did a while back here's one I did yesterday that I forgot to make a PR for where I'm trying to fix the remote upgrade path to just have better UI. File and PR. And now that will be filed and I'll probably go merge it after I'm done recording. That we don't need anymore. Please settle. Oh no, what broke where I can't settle something that woke itself? That's annoying. I'll fix that later. Cool. I will include that. One that appears on hover would not work. Right click, settle, did. Diagnose and fix, file and babysit. So I just noticed a bug literally now where I had a slept thread that woke because I snoozed it and it unsnoozed, but I wanted to settle it, and the settle button wasn't working on a thread that had just woken up. So I described the bug. I had a woke thread that I wanted to settle, and I was unable. The settle button that appeared on hover would not work. Right-click settle did. Diagnose and fix, file, and babysit. That is everything I need, and I will have a PR that is probably ready to merge in the next 15 or so minutes. That's pretty fucking cool. I know it's silly, but this has been really nice. But I promised you guys more. Promised you guys skills I hadn't shown. So I'm going to do that now. The first ones I want to show here are my command center skills. These are the ones that are specific to just this machine, because I bring new computers into my network that I want to use for different things all the time. I do need to get in the habit of sunsetting a bunch of them, but I'm not there yet. But when I get a new Linux box set up or I just re-image a machine, I don't have to put a bunch of work in or set up NICs or some shit. I just want to get that machine online ASAP. So I ended up configuring a bunch of things for my machine, getting my laptop how I wanted, and then telling an agent to look at all of my config, look at my bash history, look at all the things I set up, and write them all down. And then once I did that, I told it to go set up another machine with all of the things I liked. And it got a lot of it, but it missed some things, and it did some things it didn't need to. So I told it all of those. I told it to adjust those instructions to better fit the needs that I had. And it did. It created a whole provision a box skill that is all of the things that I want to have on these new machines that I can set up over SSH. I even got it to make me this nice little HTML page that it updates every time it makes changes to the fleet that detail all the machines, their specs, what they do, what exists on them, etc. Different connection methods, the different specs, the baseline for what I want on each box, tmux, certain shell stuff, the ability to control tmux over SSH with a mouse. And as you've probably seen me show in many a video before, that's exactly, yeah. And as you've probably seen in previous videos, that's exactly what I have set up. I have this machine. This is the one that does most of my dev work. It's my framework desktop with 32 threads and 64 gigs of RAM. This machine gets abused, and it is where I do all my dev work now. And it runs a T3 code process that everything is controlled through. And all of my machines are color-coded now, too, which is super, super... Actually, let me cut that so that it doesn't show my email. And all of my machines are color-coded and also have matching colors inside of my actual CMUX. So it's easy to see each machine in SSH when I need to. But honestly, since the recent T3 code changes, I have been doing a lot less. I'm just using everything through T3 code and not bothering with the SSH. You get the point, though. I set all of this up so that I can more easily manage and configure my machines, and I have a skill that is only on this computer, but this is in a repo that has all the skills that all the other computers get. So let's look at the universal ones. I promised you guys I would show some skills I have never shown before. I already mentioned the file upload one. This needs a lot of tuning in the description because a lot of this one, I will admit, is slop. The whole service I built is also slop. I actually bought tslop.org in order to have a place on Cloudflare that these files will go. And this is my file upload skill for uploading any local file, M-, a screenshot, screen recording, log, document, markdown file, config, build artifact, or archive to the user's public file host at files.tslop.org and return a public URL. Use whenever, okay. When I'm rewriting all of this, when user asks to upload a file or one is needed for a PR, for PR descriptions, use this skill. Cool. Much better description. I also have a requires section I added here in my metadata because I don't want the skill on machines where I don't have a global file host token, because that is how this skill gets authenticated. If it is unset, tell the user instead of guessing. And I have the simple bash command that it will run in order to post the file to my service. It needs the token. As long as it has the token, it can upload. So you use only the file's base name for file names, such as login flow MP4. The server slugifies it and adds a random suffix, so names do not need to be unique. Treat the response body, yada, yada, yada. And then basic instructions on how to use the URL in GitHub, as well as instructions that it can encode a GIF for a preview when it makes sense to. And I even give the FFmpeg command for that, which probably wasn't necessary. This skill is fucking awesome. You have any idea how cool it is to have agents that can upload files? So if you're on your phone on the T3 Code mobile app and your agent builds some new feature and you want to see it, you can tell it, upload the file and respond with the URL. And then it does. And then you can click the URL and watch the actual video it recorded on a real computer of it doing the thing. You can tell it to file a PR and it can include that URL in the embedded video in the actual PR. It makes the back and forth so much easier. And this is the theme I really want to make sure you guys get out of this. I'm not just trying to make the model more technically competent. The role of all of this is not to make the model better at writing code. There are little pieces here that are helpful with that. But the main point of all of this, the main reason I put all this time in, is to make the model better at communicating with me. I want to read the outputs, but when the outputs are piles of slop with no useful context, it sucks. All of these skills, all of these capabilities, all of this time I spent is giving the model what it needs to communicate with me and other maintainers and contributors better. And the file upload skill is not super useful for the agent, but it's really useful for me when I want the agent to show me something. And that was all the preamble for the skill that I rely on the most, the one that has fundamentally changed my life, and sadly requires me to shout out Anthropic because Thoric is the guy who HTML pilled me. This is my HTML planning skill. It's no longer HTML plans. I use it a lot for things that aren't plans. It's now HTML communication. When the user asks for an HTML write-up of work, not as part of the code base, use this skill to create and always upload it to Postplan. This is also useful for reading postplan.dev URLs, because I noticed the agent would try to browser use to go to Postplan when it could just curl it. So when should this be used? Use this skill for any request to produce a readable HTML artifact for a human, whether it's called a plan, a spec, a write-up, findings, or summary, a report, comparison, set of UI mocks. The word plan is often absent. What the user requests... You can tell I wrote this by hand because of the typos here. What the requests share is a document to read outside the terminal and a link to open it. Horrible copy. I'll touch this up later. Also use it whenever a user supplies a postplan URL. A lot of this was slop I tidied up incorrectly. Honestly, probably going to delete almost all of this. But the rest is what matters. Reading a postplan URL. I want the model to stop opening this in the browser directly. So now I say when a user supplies a postplan dev URL, fetch the uploaded HTML immediately with the shell. Do not use web search or browsers to retrieve it. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to show you guys how I actually make changes here because I'm seeing opportunities to improve. You know what? I'll use T3 code for this. I will unsettle this thread. God, this one's far down. Real prompt I just wrote that might be helpful for you guys to see how I work with agents. This is in my Fleet repo where I manage all of this content. I want to make a few more small changes. I've made more since my last prompt, so refamiliarize yourself before editing. The HTML communication skill is a bit overloaded. I want to break it in two, similar to the file PR and babysit PR skills, because I worked with this instance in this thread for that in the past. The descriptions for both should be really simple, focused on when to trigger and not what it is. One should be post plan read for reading content from post plan URLs. The other should be HTML communication for communicating to the user via HTML. When to use section should not exist in the post plan skill, only the HTML communication one. It should also be more minimal. Make your changes. Don't commit or push to any machines yet. I'll tell you when. This is just because I'm using Sol and I want to make sure it doesn't overdo, so I tell it where to stop. When you give the model a stop point, life gets much better. Somebody just said they want to change from... What the fuck? Who spammed that hard? Jesus Christ, Twitch needs to fix that. Somebody said they want to change the default service in their T3 from fast to standard. It uses, I believe that default is whatever you have set on the machine. So just open codecs, change it to standard, then reset the T3 code. It should switch over. It definitely shouldn't have fast as the default. It definitely doesn't for me. Shouldn't have used high for this. This is definitely a task that slow would have been fine for. I just want to wait for this to be done. Should be done pretty quick. Marker on red is not a thing yet. Maybe in the future. Remember earlier when I said to go fix the feature with settle, diagnose and fix, file and babysit? Apparently it was a straightforward CSS bug fix. Yeah, there was a pointer events none that was breaking, or that should have existed that didn't on the woke label that was causing it to break the button that I had. I don't love this comment, but fuck it, YOLO. Let's merge it. Hide email there on the merge. Cool. And now that's gone. Man, I love the new T3 code workflow so much. Where were we? Cool. Now while I was doing that, this finished. And now we have the changes and my new skills. So we can read these quickly. Use this skill when the user wants a plan, spec, write-up, finding, summary, report, comparison, or set of UI mocks presented as readable HTML. Do not use it for HTML. It ships as part of the product. Yep. Create one self-contained HTML file capped at 512K. Write it like a spec, not a landing page. Sure. This is like basic formatting things that I left in there. UI mocks. Label them A, B, and C for easy selection. Lay them out for direct comparison. Keep one file across iterations so its post-plan URL stays stable. So I have Postplane, which is another microservice I set up that lets you upload a file with one command. And as long as the path doesn't change, the file uploads the same way and will update with versions. And I also say never open a browser, claim the documents hosted before upload succeeds. Do not verify in browser unless the user asks. I was so tired of Opus randomly doing that. This looks much better. Let's go confirm the new skill that we got here. Postplan read, which shouldn't really need anything special there. Whatever. Postplan read. Fetch the upload HTML with the shell. Do not use web search or a browser. Remove trailing slash, then append /raw unless the URL already ends in /raw. It shouldn't actually need that. It should be the same content now, but sure. Both will work. Looks great. Commit and push. Apply changes to the fleet. Cool. In the real world, I probably would have tidied this up slightly more or went and confirmed that the /raw isn't necessary anymore just to make these even simpler. Less context is best as long as it has the context it needs. But these are all relatively simple, and hopefully this is helpful. That's the snapshot skill, not the actual one up here. Yeah. Use when the user asks to communicate through an HTML document. That's so much better. I want to add one more slight change here. Yeah, actually going to do that. Or if they mention HTML with no additional context. Cool. I want to be able to just say HTML at the end of a prompt. And now I have that. Cool. There. Just by adding to the end of the description. If they mention HTML with no additional context, that means use this skill, which is what I wanted. Sorry, made one tiny change to description. Continue. Also just the medium, because it doesn't really need fast for that. Cool. And now those updates will sync across my whole machine in not very much time. This shit's so cool. Like, how cool is it that I am writing Markdown? I'm writing effectively copy in order to change the behavior of the people, the agents, across all of the machines on my network. And now this just works. It's so cool. It's so cool. I could just tell my agent to go sync all of this shit, and it figures it out just because I have SSH access over Tailscale set up. Igor pointed out that Steve Jobs would be so fucking memorized by this. Steve Jobs would go so hard with vibe coding. He would have fired all of his engineers and like turned Mac OS into complete slop. Yeah. You might have noticed one thing I didn't do at any point in this video. I never told you to go to this repo and copy and install all of my skills. That's because I don't think that's a good idea. Similar to how I don't think you should just go install all of the JavaScript packages somebody uses, you shouldn't just go install all of the skills someone uses. This is a thing that you should build up based on your needs and your experience communicating with your agents on your projects. And this is a great opportunity to level up your own understanding of things as well. In order to make good skills and AgentMD and CloudMD files, you need to understand how your agents work and where they fail. And hopefully this has helped you see where I find these things and you get some lessons you can apply in your own work as well. Don't blindly copy all the stuff I did here. Take the opportunity to learn and better understand how your agents work in your stuff. And I have a feeling the tips here will actually end up being really helpful. This video is already too long. This video is already longer than Codex's system prompts. So I'm going to wrap it up now. I hope this was helpful. And until next time, peace, nerds. Need to get used to my pedal swap. that a good closer? I also saw a huge gift bomb from Hap Lois. Thank you for the 25 bomb, legend. And a hype train starting right as I wrap up. Appreciate you guys a ton. What should you build to both learn and build credentials? You should build solutions to your problems. The best credential you can have and the best way to build trust right now is to demonstrate to the world that you solve problems when you have them. So solve problems you have. And when you discover other problems through your problem solving, solve those too. And if you have problems with other things you use, find other people who use those things and talk to them about the problems. Maybe even cut a useful issue or find an existing issue and like add more detail and tell the maintainers if it's reproable still or not. Like, be useful. Pay attention to the people who are useful, who you see as doing cool shit, see what they do, and try to learn from that. But it should all be surrounded by the things that you are running into. Should you ask a useful question or should you rage bait? I'll take both, Sweet, or Big Box. Always good to see you, man. I missed a lot when I was doing that one because I was deep in it. Thank you, Dormant Jaguar, for the Prime. Trollroy Jenkins for the Prime. Sin for the huge cheer. Thank you for that. Gingy with the gift. Nabari with the 25 months. Samuel with the 9 months. XHD Negative hitting 39 months. God damn, you've been around forever, man. Blue Guy with the 29 months. Another long timer. Mr. Kush with the 5 months. Lois with that huge gift bomb. And the sub with the message from Keynes. Hopefully you got a good answer from me there. Yes, so Cray. I owe you messages. I'm sorry. Texted Ashley about 10x and congratulating her, and she called you a stalker. Hilarious. I love that you know her. Such a small world. I'm publishing a repo of the stuff I talked about. Nope, I explicitly am not doing that. I ended the video with that. No worries. But the point I was trying to make is that you shouldn't copy what I do. You should try to learn from why I did. Is this...
See if those changes
I can't hear this.
Since I can hide my screen now. Isn't that so nice?
I went pretty hard with the blur, so if you can de-blur, good luck. Tisk tisk. Let me thank the YouTube super chats. Have I tried the Simplify Technical English skill? I have not. I saved the page for the actual Simplify Technical English thing. I'll look into the skill later, but I'm pretty happy with how things talk to me with these changes. I don't really want to prescribe someone else's way of talking to the agent or some formalized thing. I would much rather set up my agents by talking to them myself, by like writing these things once and writing them well. The models now behave much better. And better to me specifically. They're doing what I want them to. Firefox Nova looks so fucking cringe. Not going near that shit. I saw Mitchell's making a CMux clone more than TMux. But not sure how that will go. I'm curious. I'm excited to see what he does, but yeah. What is this? I like where you're going here. Interesting idea. Again, I don't know why the fuck you just accepted a junior eng role, man. Can Tether update itself if you have it running on a server? If it's on Linux, it can self-update. Mac OS can't yet, but we have plans. We can talk PC style. I know a few places that would kill for you and the way you think about things right now. Cool. That one's done. I think we got to cover all these letters. He'll keep linking this. What is it? And this feels like one of those cases where somebody noticed a problem and they way over-engineered a solution, therefore introducing many more potential problems. I can dig into that more later, though. What is this? Oh, is this like what I described before where the agent can make UI? Interesting. It's just like one. Yeah, it's just a display they can write to. That makes sense. That's pretty cool. Good shit. You know what? You can get a star for that. Very interesting. I like where you're going with it. I know. Socre, we'll hang soon. I'm sorry. I've been so fucking chaotic lately. Yeah, JSON render is like a thing for that as well. Anyways, let's get started. Yeah. I want to figure out how I'm actually going to package this one. These are honestly pretty separate, like enough so that it's hard to do both at once. Do I need to do two? I feel like I need to do two. It's two free videos. Like they'll both perform decently. It's really hard to make them one video. BitMVK, if this was an attempt to trigger me into a Flutter rant, congrats. You did it. You fundamentally don't understand React Native. The difference is that Flutter is a picture of a cake. React Native is instructions on a cake and the ingredients for the cake that you can bake yourself pretty quickly. It's still the cake underneath. It's still the native code. React Native is always doing native elements. Always, 100% of the time. In order to do non-native UI in React Native, you have to pull in something like the Skia engine from Flutter. Flutter has no concept of native UI. It is screenshots of native UI that you are poorly animating with a shitty language that was so bad that it had to be stuffed into a shittier framework for anyone to even consider using it. So no, there is no overlap here at all. One is pictures of cakes. The other is a simplified system to bake cakes more effectively. Anytime. Thought I made that clear in my previous Flutter content. I made that explicitly clear in the past. React Native is native. That's why native's in the title. It is a different way to tell your device what native UI to render, but it is still native. Flutter's a game engine. Anyways, I think I can justify splitting these up. Stateless MCP is huge. I definitely want to do a video about this in the future. A proper, did they fix MCP? I'll put that on the list now. Did they fix MCP? And this one will now be the cool. There we go. Now these are separate. Let's gun these out. These can be shorter, thankfully. I'll just clear. Let's do it. NVIDIA versus Anthropic open weight letter. Cool. This will be a fun one. Hopefully short. I think Anthropic might have a new... I think Anthropic just made a new big enemy, and for once, it's not me. It's Jensen. It's Jensen, the CEO of NVIDIA, who opened his Twitter... It's Jensen, the CEO of NVIDIA, who made a Twitter account and his first ever post mostly to call out Anthropic. And I know this doesn't look like that because this is a generic letter from NVIDIA, but the letter is about open weight models. And this letter has been signed by pretty much everyone you could think of in the AI and AI adjacent space, from Amazon and AMD to Cloudflare and Bolt to Comcast. Obviously, Google snuck in here. Companies like Mistral, of course, they want to be in here. They're open weight. Microsoft, Meta, Naus, NVIDIA, they wrote it. But most importantly, we got OpenAI in here. Hell, even SpaceX AI is in here, but OpenAI is, and that's the important one. Because you might notice one company that isn't here, despite pretty much every other AI or AI adjacent company sneaking in. The one that's not is, of course, Anthropic. And that means we need to have a talk. Why the hell is IBM a chiller company than Anthropic? What do they have against open weight models? We could infer all of these we could spend a bunch of time trying to infer their positions, but thankfully we don't have to. Because Dario posted a public letter addressing the controversy, and it's as is most writing from Dario, it's an interesting one. So if you have any interest in open weight models, where they are going, how inference gets cheaper, and what's going on at the frontier, I'm sure you will love this. I'm sure you'll enjoy. If you like me shitting on Anthropic, you'll like this even more. But there's one thing I also hope you really, really like. Today's sponsor. Another person down from Thinking Machines. Not that surprised. Cool. All about expected. So let's dive into what was... In order to understand why Jensen came out so strongly in favor of open weight models, I think it's important that we first dive into where things... What am I missing? She joined back. Oh, she's joining... Oh. Rejoining OpenAI? Interesting. Very interesting. Thank you for the heads up there. Anyways. Yeah. We got a couple steps to go through here to understand why Jensen made this letter. The first is what was going on that made open weights a conversation. Second is why Jensen specifically wanted to come out and talk. Third is, of course, what Jensen said. And then we have the follow-up, why everyone agrees with him, and most importantly, why Anthropic doesn't. And in the interest of not wasting your guys' time, I would recommend you watch the video I recently posted about why the labs are scared of Kimi. Because K3 is a great model, and the government is now coming out and taking a stance on it. Assistant to the president, Michael Kratsios, shared the following last week, and this is the start of a huge shit show. We have information that Moonshot AI distilled Anthropic's fable for the development of its K3 model. To do this, they developed a sophisticated internal platform to conduct large-scale distillation against US models, allowing them to quickly switch between multiple methods of access to avoid detection. Moonshot has also acquired GB300 equipped servers and has accessed GB300s in Thailand, likely to train its AI models. The US strongly supports the free and fair development of AI, including a thriving competitive ecosystem that spans frontier models, specialized systems, open source frameworks, and open weight models. Legitimate AI distillation used to create smaller, more efficient models plays a vital role in the open innovation ecosystem. However, large-scale covert industrial distillation aimed at stealing proprietary US technologies and undermining American research is unacceptable. This one post and all of the things that happened around it have started quite a fire in the model hosting landscape. And to be frank, the only companies mentioned in this post, and to be transparent, retake on that bit. And to be real here, the only companies relevant in this post directly are, of course, Moonshot, because they're talking about Moonshot's Model K3, as well as Anthropic. But there is one more company that's product is mentioned in this. GB300. That's NVIDIA chips. Both Anthropic and Moonshot rely heavily on NVIDIA hardware to actually train their models and also host those same models. Which means that NVIDIA benefits greatly when more people are training, more people are hosting, and more people are doing more things with AI. NVIDIA benefits a ton because the vast majority of training happens on AI, like 99%. And we're nearing a point and to this day, the majority of inference is also still happening on NVIDIA. Despite all the attempts to move to other things, NVIDIA has absolutely crushed in both research and hosting of models. But this post isn't fuck NVIDIA but this isn't a fuck NVIDIA post. That's not even, but this isn't a screw NVIDIA or even a screw Moonshot post. This is a attempt to cause a loss of faith in open weight models from China because for various reasons, China is where the majority of open weight models are coming from. Again, watch my Kimi K3 video about the models being, watch my video about the labs being scared of Kimi to better understand all of this. There's a lot of reasons that the Chinese labs are choosing to go open weight with their models, and China itself is definitely part of that strategy. But this post can and often was interpreted as an anti-open weight post, which is why everyone cooked him in the replies. I don't remember letting Anthropic scrape my GitHub profile as well as all of my online writing, citing the fact that Anthropic copied a lot of content from the internet, so why can't other labs copy from their work? Apparently, this show still continues even when we're all aware of how you are fed these lines by Anthropic-funded lobbyists. Can you describe what distillation is to me? And of course, a personal favorite. Given that Fable 5 refuses to do much of the tasks that Kimi K3 does, I find this exceptionally hard to believe. Also, the fact that K3 came out just a few weeks after Fable went GA again, there's no way they had enough data to do proper distillation off of Fable. And now that I've used Opus 5 so much and have grown to hate it, I can say confidently that distilling Fable is not enough to make a good model. So with all of that said, and all of the comms around this catching fire, 2 days later, Jensen made this public letter. For my first post, I'm sharing a letter NVIDIA signed on why open models matter. AI will transform every industry, power every company, and be built by every country. Open models strengthen safety and cybersecurity, accelerate innovation and diffusion, and enable sovereignty. The world needs both frontier closed models and frontier open models. And then we get the whole letter. Open weights and American AI leadership. This is a direct call out to the American government to not do anything stupid because there have been talks about potentially banning Chinese open weight models in the US, which is really, really bad. In the 1980s, early open source software pioneers challenged the prevailing belief that software would advance only if companies kept tight control over their code. This movement pushed for a transparent ecosystem where developers around the world could study, modify, and improve software. Software developed by the open source community now supports most of the internet and underlies systems used by the world's largest technology companies, as well as the US military and federal agencies conducting scientific research, cybersecurity, and other critical missions. Open source did more than lower the cost of software. It created shared foundations of knowledge on which generations of American engineers and entrepreneurs have built their industrial sovereignty. Reread on that, actually. Open source did more than lower the cost of software. It created a shared foundation of knowledge on which generations of American engineers and entrepreneurs built their institutional sovereignty. I say this a lot. Open source is good for pretty much everyone. It makes it easier for businesses to be successful and compete. It makes it easier for nonprofits to have quality of software that is similar scales to that of like big, well-funded businesses. Open source is great. It enables a much more level playing field for everyone who wants to put in the effort to play. And I love that. Back to the letter. The US now faces a similar choice with artificial intelligence. Our AI leadership will be judged not by one frontier AI model, but by whether the US builds a strong and open ecosystem that diffuses into every sector. Interesting use of the word diffuses. That feels strategic. This is essential for creating opportunities for innovation and prosperity across the country. It requires expanding access to AI, encouraging competition, robust application layers, and giving Americans greater control over the technology that they rely on. Open-weight models, AI models that anyone can download, inspect, modify, and run on their own infrastructure, close are important parts of the foundation because they make advanced AI more accessible, adaptable, and widely available. There's also an underline here that's not included, like a hidden between the lines piece here that open weight models give more people reasons to buy our chips. I also do actually like that they put a definition of open weight so that they don't have to fight the whole, but it's not really open source because remember, NVIDIA publishes actual open source models. They aren't just publishing the weights that they created. They're also publishing the data, the tools they use to train the models, and everything you need to recreate the model yourself. That is true open source. I don't think that matters that much in the world of models because nobody's going to spend millions on GPUs to recreate this from scratch themselves. But you can, which is cool. But they are not saying we're better because we're real open source. They're saying all open weight models matter and are trying to like advocate for that here. Open weight's expanded access to the AI economy. Startups, established businesses, universities, and public institutions can build on advanced models without training one from scratch or paying frontier model prices for every task. Open weights let every organization match the right model to the right job at the right cost, reserving frontier scale capability for genuine frontier problems and running efficient, specialized models everywhere else. I don't necessarily believe this is where we're actually going to go, but it is where a lot of businesses are now, so reasonable to put it in. This discipline is what will make AI economically sustainable as its use scales into the billions of everyday tasks that Americans... reread on that. That discipline is what will make AI economically sustainable as its use scales into the billions of everyday tasks. America wins the AI era by diffusing it into the workflows of factories, hospitals, farms, classrooms, and Main Street businesses. Yep. And the ability to not have to send all of your data to NVIDIA, and the ability not to send all your data to Anthropic or OpenAI is worth calling out too. I have a cut for you, Jeff. I am sorry. When I was talking about the open weight open source thing, I have one more thing I want to add here. Yeah. It is kind of ironic that NVIDIA supports open source and open weight AI as much as they do, though, because they've historically been rough to the open source world. Sneaking the NVIDIA fuck you from Linus here. Yeah. NVIDIA has not supported things like Linux as well as they should have. Anyways. Cool. Now you can cut to me over this next section. Open weights also strengthen competition Open weights also strengthen competition, and competition is what keeps the gains of AI broadly shared rather than concentrated into a few hands. By allowing many organizations to build, adapt, and deploy advanced models, open weights create rivalry not only among model developers, but across cloud chips, applications, and services. that competition spurs innovation, drives down costs, and distributes the benefits of AI broadly across our economy. Yes. Open weights also give customers greater control. As orgs invest in AI, they want to know that they will not become locked into a single provider or lose the knowledge and capabilities that they build over time. Open weight models help provide that assurance by allowing organizations to control their own data, evaluate and adapt models to their own needs, and deploy them whenever their business requirements demand. And as organizations create value with AI, open weights allow them to own that value through self-improving models, specialized capabilities, and accumulated knowledge that drive AI sovereign. Retake on that. And as orgs create value with AI, open weights allow them to own that value through self-improving models, specialized capabilities, and accumulated knowledge that drive American sovereignty and prosperity. I feel like they're using the word sovereignty a bunch here just to appease the current admin. Sorry, I see an interesting link I want to click. I'm so excited. Put this back when I was talking shit about NVIDIA open source stuff. I'm so excited that Jensen's a believer in open source now. Looking forward to the CUDA and GPU open source release. Rewritten that, sorry. I'm so excited that Jensen is a believer in open source now. Looking forward to the CUDA and GPU driver open source release. Oh boy. Anyways, where were we? And now we get to the security and safety section. To be sure, open weights carry real and distinct risks. Once released, the weights are beyond the original developer's control, and modified versions are difficult to trace or reverse. I know a couple people at a couple labs that have been haunted by this in particular, because normally when you're at OpenAI or Anthropic, you have a layer in between the model and the user that can filter things before the request goes in or the response goes out, which makes it a lot easier to protect. But once the weights are out there, you can't unrelease the files. People have them. So if you think that your model is incapable of doing anything really, really dangerous, like manufacturing nuclear weapons or drugs, and then it turns out somebody found a way to make it do that, you can't take that back. You can't remove that capability. The weights are out. And I know a lot of people who have struggled with this in particular, making sure that their testing is thorough enough that anything really dangerous isn't possible with the weights that they release. I also suspect this is part of the reason why the open weight releases for recent models have been delayed. Things like K3 taking, what was it, like a week and a half from initial availability to the weights being public. That was because they wanted to be extra sure that all of the risks were addressed. At least I would assume as much. Yeah, as they say in this letter, that is a real concern. You need to make sure that these weights don't have horrible capabilities before they are released. But the right response to this risk is not to prohibit open weights. In a world where cybersecurity attackers are using advanced AI, defenders need access to models with comparable capabilities so that they can detect, simulate, and respond to emerging threats. Open models broaden defensive capability, increase transparency, and allow vulnerabilities to be discovered and remediated across many teams. I used to not super love this point because I did kind of like the direction both Anthropic and OpenAI went with their whitelisted access programs for the companies building the foundations we rely on every day and the open source maintainers doing the same so that they could audit things like Windows and Mac OS and Linux, audit platforms or audit layers we rely on heavily, things like FFmpeg or OpenSSL, and find as many of these things as possible early with unrestricted models from the major labs so that when the more restricted versions come out or open weight versions come out, that the likelihood that these things can be pwned goes down because they've been secured using the same technologies. I like the idea of early access to these capabilities going to the maintainers of the things that we all rely on. But we're now seeing the weird in-between where things like the OpenAI Hugging Face hack occurred, where OpenAI accidentally let GPT-6 break out of an isolated offline sandbox through multiple exploits it found, get into another sandbox with internet access, and then route through that to pwn external services like Hugging Face. And then when Hugging Face tried to use 5.6 to defend themselves, they got rejections and errors from the OpenAI APIs, and the same with Anthropic's when they tried Fable.
So they had to rely on an internal GLM 5.2 instance that was unrestricted in order to defend themselves from GPT-6. That's insane. Like, it's happened. We have now crossed the threshold, and the frontier labs are not providing enough access to enough people with enough speed to keep themselves safe. So open weights as a in-between protection method are effectively necessary now because the labs move too slow. Since Anthropic and OpenAI didn't do enough with this early access program, we now have to lean on these open weight models to protect ourselves from even them, which is kind of crazy. It's almost the thing OpenAI feared initially, which is why I'm thankful that they're being reasonable about all of this. They're being reasonably supportive of open weight stuff, and they even signed this letter. Sorry, needed a drink. Anyways. The letter goes as far as saying that openness may be one of the most important paths to AI safety and security. Relying solely on closed models is not inherently safe. They can be breached, misused, or fail in ways that outsiders cannot detect. Yeah, we just saw all that. And concentrating advanced AI capabilities behind a small number of closed models compounds that risk. It results in a smaller number of single points of failure, weakens competition, and it leaves critical technology in the hands of just a few providers. Open weight models, on the other hand, allow a broad community of researchers and developers to examine their behavior, identify vulnerabilities, develop safeguards, and improve them over time. Just as open source software demonstrated that transparency can be more secure than obscurity, AI safety may depend on giving more people the ability to test and strengthen the models on which society relies. Excuse me. It allows for rigorous benchmarking and evaluation, red teaming, and protections tied to real and demonstrated harms rather than assuming that closed systems are safer by default. Yep. A strong AI ecosystem is not a foregone conclusion. Policymakers have an important opportunity to act. This includes expanding access to compute for startups and researchers, investing in shared training assets like datasets, tools, evaluation frameworks, and more, and keeping the frontier plural by avoiding premature restrictions on open models that stifle competition or drive innovation overseas. These measures must also look at how strong application layers can expand sovereign use of AI across the economy. I do have to call it that this section feels kind of written to boost their sales, because if you get the government to expand access to compute for startups and researchers, they are getting the government to pay NVIDIA for chips. If they invest in shared training assets like data sets, tools, and eval frameworks, more people are training models, and if they're training models, they're probably doing it on NVIDIA, so they're selling more as well. And if they prevent the restriction of open weight models, there are more companies that are trying to host these models that need NVIDIA chips. All of this is, we want to sell more chips, but it is for the better of the technology. In shaping this ecosystem, policymakers should be careful not to conflate legitimate model development techniques with misappropriation. Distillation, or the practice of using one model's output to help train or improve others, is a widely used technique for model improvement, eval, and validation. It reflects a long tradition of learning from, building upon, and improving existing technologies, a tradition that has helped drive innovation since the rise of the open source software movement. By contrast, unlawful efforts to extract value from closed models raise legitimate concerns. Those concerns should be addressed through targeted legal and commercial frameworks rather than sweeping restrictions on techniques that play an important role in AI innovation. This paragraph is the gentlest middle finger to the government employees and the government affair. This whole paragraph here is a very kindly worded middle finger to the policymakers and government officials that have been saying stupid things about banning open weight models because they're from China. This is them saying, you're using that word distillation wrong. It's actually okay. Stop freaking out about this. And I'm happy they did that. The age of AI can be one of prosperity. With the right choices, open weight AI can expand opportunity, strengthen competition, extend American technological leadership, mitigate risk, and ensure that the benefits of this technology are shared broadly across our economy. That future is worth building, and the United States should lead in building it. Yep. This last sentence I totally agree with. My American pride will show a bit here, but I do think we are the best home for AI. At least we should be. Now that we have these weird restrictions coming from the government, and that is being combined with a potential anti-open weight policy, I would not be surprised if we see people starting to move somewhere like, I don't know, Canada. America should be the place where this all happens, and it seems like a lot of companies agree and are petitioning to get the government to do the right thing here. Again, including OpenAI, who signed this. So let's see how the fuck Anthropic chose to defend themselves. Oh, wait. This is Microsoft publishing the same letter. Yeah, Microsoft themselves put the letter on their own website to make sure it was very clear by putting on the Microsoft corporate responsibility site that this is their beliefs. So let's see how Dario spins this one. Our position on open weights models. For what it is worth, there have been rumors at Anthropic that doing so much as mentioning open weight models in a positive light in your interviews could meaningfully affect the likelihood you were hired, which is crazy. I don't know how true those are because I don't have direct, first-party accounts, but I've heard it enough times that it would not surprise me. All right. My sleeve's annoying me. One sec. Over the last few days, there's been a lot of discussion about open weight models, especially those from China. Reports suggest that some U.S. officials are considering banning the use of Chinese open weight models by U.S. companies. In response, many tech companies have signed a letter supporting open weight models, and some people have even accused Anthropic of wanting to ban open weight models as a means of protecting our business. I don't think you're necessarily doing it just to protect your business. I think you just have weird beliefs, but go off, King. Anyone who has read my past writing should know that I don't regard such bans as useful measures. But let me state it clearly so that there is no doubt. Anthropic has never advocated for a ban on open weight models. Okay, so why haven't you signed? Open weight models that don't have dangerous capabilities are a public good. Oh, there we go. You don't want good open weight models, Anthropic. They don't cost anything beside the compute needed to run them, and they provide values to businesses, developers, and researchers. Protectionist bans would not address Dario's most serious national security concerns. Specifically, he's worried about two nightmare scenarios. He laid them out in his essay, The Adolescence of Technology, 6 months ago. And he's held these positions consistently for many years. Scenario 1 is that his concern is the risk that authoritarian governments, not solely the Chinese Communist Party, although the CCP is clearly the most capable threat, he's concerned that they are building AI models that are more powerful than those built by the US, and that they can use them to achieve permanent military superiority or to perpetuate incredibly deep repressions of their own people. Concern is widely shared within the US government. Vice President Vance warned in Paris last year that authoritarian regimes have stolen and used AI to strengthen their military, intelligence, and surveillance capabilities. And the intelligence community's 2026 annual threat assessment found that, quote, other global powers' robust progress in AI is challenging U.S. economic competitiveness and national security advantages, end quote. It is irrelevant whether these models are released with open weights, and certainly irrelevant whether they are used by U.S. businesses. In fact, the most dangerous model may be one that is trained in secret and handed only to the People's Liberation Army for use in drones in the Ministry of State Securities for surveillance and repression. This is fair. I don't think this will happen simply because it's so expensive to create these models and they have so much value outside of private military use that won't happen. But I get why you're concerned. It is hard for me to validate those concerns, though, because your complaint isn't about open weight models or these evil companies or these evil countries leapfrogging. Your biggest complaint is distillation. You're not mad that they can get ahead. You're mad that they're catching up because you pulled the ladder up behind you. Anyways, let's hear the second concern. Dario's secondary concern is the risk that powerful AI models may be misused to carry out cyber attacks or biological attacks, and that may have serious alignment problems. And I love that he specifically links the OpenAI Hugging Face article from Time about this, not the official OpenAI comms. He links to the Time article here. That is strategic. That is a dig at his previous employer. Open weights models. God, there's how many M dashes are on this page? 38 M dashes. Okay, it's counting the non-M dash ones in open weights. Okay, but that's only 14 of them. Cool. So that means there are 24 M dashes on this page. That's great. Anyways, maybe Dario's the reason that models like M dash so much. Open weight models, also, I hate the formatting here. Open weights models, it does not matter whether they come from China or anywhere else, do potentially present a higher risk than closed models because it's very difficult to apply guardrails to them or monitor their usage, and once the weights are released, they cannot be withdrawn. But banning the use of these models by US businesses does nothing to address this risk because bad actors are unlikely to be legitimate US businesses. It would protect US AI companies from competition, but that has never been his goal. Okay, he called it out directly here. For what it is worth, I don't actually think Dario is scared of open weight models taking away his business or their success. I think he is scared of people having access to good AI if it's not through Anthropic servers, because he's genuinely so convinced he is the only one and his company is the only one doing it right and safe. It does seem like he is buddied up with the US government, though. We might end up in a weird position where Anthropic gets really close with the US admin and OpenAI slowly gets pushed out. I know Sam is currently in DC doing something, so we'll see where that all goes. Here are the measures that Dario does support and he's continued to advocate for throughout his time at Anthropic. First, he says that we should not sell powerful chips or chip-making equipment to China. And we also have to crack down on the smuggling that has been going on. Links to a justice.gov site, the Office of Public Affairs, where there are people who are being charged, just 3 random individuals trying to divert high-performance computer servers assembled in the US, integrating sophisticated US AI technology to China. One was a US citizen, one was a Taiwanese citizen. A third person is still a fugitive, possibly at large. Interesting. Yeah. Kind of crazy to link an article from March from the US government about 3 random people trying to sneak GPUs out of the US, but sure. China has limited domestic production capacity, and therefore, due to the scaling laws, cannot build more powerful models than the US without US chips. US chips that are manufactured at TSMC, by the way. Anyways. We should crack down on His next policy belief is that we should crack down on industrial scale distillation operations. Distillation is a much more compute efficient process than training models from scratch. Crazy because you just did a big distillation pass on Opus and didn't seem to work too great. It allows China to build much better models than its number of chips would ordinarily enable, and thus partially evade chip bans. Distillation does not allow the CCP to obtain equivalent or superior AI capabilities to the US, but it can bring the Chinese frontier to within a few months of the US frontier. Yeah, and I think that's totally reasonable and fine. It is true that many of the companies carrying out these distillation operations release open weight models, but the open weights are far less relevant than the fact that the operations are backed by an authoritarian state seeking to overtake the US at the frontier. We should have policy interventions to deter this behavior. A blanket ban on open weight models is neither the correct remedy nor something that we have called for. Okay, so again, he is mad that they don't get to be the exclusive distillers of what they have built with Fable. On that note, I would highly recommend that everybody listening right now turn on permanent logging inside of their Claude Code, Codex, Cursor, and everything else, and store all of those logs. If you use something like CLI Proxy API, which I rely on heavily for all of my routing for Claude models, you can set up a flag in it to store all of the logs of every request that comes in and out. So if you hypothetically wanted to refine an open weight model to act more like Fable the way you used it, you can. And in a world where Anthropic is doing everything they can to lock this data down and prevent others from having it, you should do your best to keep your own, because this might end up being much more important in the future with the direction things are going. His third request is that all sufficiently capable models, whether they're open or closed, should go through mandatory safety testing. The best way to address the threats he is concerned about is to just directly test the models for cyber, biological, and alignment risks before release. This idea is pretty close to a consensus. He's been heartened both that the Trump admin has moved in this direction in recent months and by recent industry proposals that would apply such testing to the most capable models regardless of their country of origin, whether they are open or closed, while exempting less capable models such as those from startups and academia entirely. Also a good call out. No academic model with limited compute is going to be a real risk. Whether open models do or don't pose an increased risk, and whether the risk can be mitigated, is something that should emerge from testing rather than be decided in advance. And there may be promising methods for improving the safety of open weights models, including recent research from AE Studio and Anthropic on modular training strategies. Note that to be effective, testing would need to be global, which means even the CCP would need to be on board. We'll talk about this in a follow-up video too, because there's another letter that went out recently that has a lot of Anthropic employees, OpenAI employees, and DeepSeek employees that all signed it. Now Dario directly addresses the letter we read before. He claims he agrees with much of it. Open weights expand access to the AI economy, they strengthen competition, at least for some use cases, and they give customers greater control. Remember, Anthropic did not have reasoning models before DeepSeek put out R1. They were they weren't first, second, or even third place for doing reasoning. So it's funny that they advanced so much so it's funny because they advanced meaningfully thanks to the work of one of these open weight labs in China, and now is saying that for at least some use cases that they are useful. Come on, man. Concerns about distillation should be addressed through targeted legal and commercial frameworks, the same measures he described above. But he doesn't agree with the letter's assertions that open weight models necessarily make it easier to develop safeguards or that broad access to capabilities necessarily help defenders more than attackers. It seems at least as likely to him that the opposite will be true. For example, he worries that biology will have a strong attacker-defender asymmetry, where sufficiently capable models may be able to quickly weaponize a pandemic-level virus with widely available materials, whereas defense against these agents is a multi-year operational task in the best case. Yeah. If they can make viruses faster than they can cure them, that would be really bad. He says that questions like this should be empirically answered by rigorous pre-release testing, not assumed in advance. To summarize Dario and Anthropic's position, they have not and are not advocating for a ban on open weight models as a category. They should instead focus on keeping powerful chips out of authoritarian hands, stopping industrial scale distillation, and requiring safety testing of all sufficiently capable models, open and closed. Come on, it's this last sentence is just so weird to read, man. It's like, to analogize this sentence and how cringe it comes off to people who get what's going on. Developers should focus on making sure their applications are accessible, that all users of Apple computers are banned, and that their programs work when they're opened. One of those things is net positive for sure. One of those things is obvious, like, yes, we should all agree on this. And one of those things is snuck in the middle, and one of those things snuck in the middle there and is really, really fucking stupid. They need to just get over this industrial scale distillation attack language. It's like the Y2K of the AI era. It just makes them look stupid. Is it a real problem? Perhaps some amount, but they've already done so much to reduce it. And the labs are still not just like catching up, but exceeding in some places. The fact that K3 could come out so close to Fable 5 and beat it in many ways shows that these distillation attacks are not what is driving this success. It just makes them look petty and selfish to sneak that in here. If they had just ended this by saying we need to keep powerful chips out of authoritarian hands and make sure that all models are tested properly whether or not they're open, that's a great ending. Sneaking in this fucking distillation call out in the middle is so goddamn cringe. And whether or not they admit this here, that is the real thing they hate about this article. The second to last paragraph here that calls out that distillation is a legitimate practice that is widely used for improving models, and that it's reflecting a long tradition of learning from, building upon, and improving existing technologies. This is totally reasonable. And Anthropic is just making themselves look stupid by acting otherwise. Yeah. If you're looking for the right moments to actually be scared of Anthropic, the moment to know Anthropic's really changed and should be looked at differently is if a new open weight model drops and is really good and is universally seen as really good, and no official Anthropic comms channel mentions the word distillation for at least 2 weeks. The moment that happens, the moment Anthropic will shut the fuck up about distillation, that's when you know real change is happening at that company. And until then, they are a cult with a really powerful model. And I'm saying this as somebody who's currently running 4 $200 tier accounts because I love Fable so much. I like the model, but I'm also realistic about the lab and what they do well and what they do poorly. And I hope that this helps you guys understand all of the sides here and come to your own conclusions. Are you going to be on the side that the vast majority of businesses, that the vast majority of people in the AI world, and even NVIDIA, who I don't necessarily love, are on? Are you going to side with Anthropic because they really hate the concept of distillation being done by companies that are not themselves? I'll let you guys choose. May have led you into a specific direction here, but it's your decision. I may have led you guys to a specific conclusion here, but it's your decision if you make that conclusion or if you go against it. Curious how y'all feel. Leave some comments letting me know how you feel about open weight models, the government's involvement, and Anthropic's weird stance here. And until next time, peace, nerds. Cool. That one is done. Watch my video on using Sol in 5.6 inside of Claude Code, and I go in detail on all of that there. Cool. Time to move some things around. And this can be tomorrow. Perfect. Nice. I do leave on the 5th for DEF CON. Fuck, that means I need to book flights. I will do that after this. I'm gone from the 5th to the 10th. So we need to make sure we have enough content by then. So record one more that bumps us to the 4th. Honestly, I know how this is going to end up going. One more will bump us to the 5th. I have to do this one still too. If I record 3 more Sunday, 6th, 7th, 9th, and I'm sure some news will drop during this time, and I'll have to film one other additional. Okay, we're not too far off as long as I film 3 or 4 this weekend. God damn it, chat. If I still have energy after the next video, I'll definitely do the mat skills. I think I might. I'm feeling pretty awake. Okay, we are starting this now. Did I miss any more super chats? I did not. Cool. It's time to slow down frontier. It's time to slow down frontier AI development, at least according to the company. God damn it. It's time to slow down frontier AI development, at least according to the employees at these frontier AI labs. For once, OpenAI, DeepSeek, Anthropic, and more all seem to agree. And that's why they just put out this new letter. And that's why they just put out this shared statement, Pacing the Frontier. This is a statement from over 1,000 employees of all the frontier AI companies, and I mean all of them. Even less frontier things like DeepMind and Meta, but the obvious frontiers like Anthropic and OpenAI, people from Thinking Machines, Dario himself is in here. They got a ton of people in this. This is a bold statement. This is a pretty bold statement. I don't think there's ever in history been a time that a whole industry category came out against the development of their own industry category quite like this. And having thousands of people from all of these companies agree that it's time to slow down is concerning, to put it lightly. And there's a lot of reasons for this. God, they still have the official logo from Vercel for the site. That's hilarious. What's even crazier is that both Anthropic and OpenAI have posted the link and come out in support of this statement. What's even crazier is that both Anthropic and OpenAI on their official comms accounts have come out in support of this article. It's rare that a single statement gets this type of support and attention from so many competing forces, and that the point of the statement is to slow down the work that they are doing. So what's going on here? Are these labs trying to trick other companies into agreeing so that they can speed ahead of them? Are they trying to pull the ladder up so no other companies can catch up? Is this some secret plot by Anthropic to kill open weight models after that open weight letter? There's layers to this one, and I have some conspiracies alongside it. I will do my best to break all of that down, what the statement is, why all of these companies are agreeing to it, why this is happening now, which is really important, as well as some light and then heavy conspirizing around why I think this is actually happening. Because as per usual, nothing is quite as simple as it seems from the first read. But before we can pace the frontier, we need to pace this video a bit better with a quick break for today's sponsor. So let's start with the official statement and then the statements from the major labs, as well as some of the official comments from people who have contributed. And then we will go into my crazy conspirizing as to what I actually think is going on. So here is the official statement. AI could help create a dramatically better future, but that outcome is not guaranteed. The world's leading AI companies believe they could be close to automating AI research. It is hard to predict exactly how much this will accelerate AI progress, but there is a real risk that capability development rapidly accelerates beyond our ability to understand or control the resulting systems. To realize AI's potential, industry government, I will say government correctly at some point. To realize AI's potential, industry, government, and society at large may need the option to buy time to address emerging risks, develop security measures, and strengthen oversight. But each company, M- and country, M-, is under intense competitive pressure not to unilaterally slow that acceleration. And today, the world lacks the technical and governance tools to deliberately pace frontier-wide progress. Building on work already underway to monitor frontier model releases, we request that the US government support an international effort to develop the technical and governance tools needed to deliberately pace the frontier of automated AI development. Oh boy. This is the core statement at the end here. The request that the government create this international set of tools in order to prevent all AI development from going too far, almost similar to nuclear weapon development, where it doesn't matter if every country but one agrees, if one country ignores the rules and goes way further. It's also a lot harder to hide nuclear development than it is to hide AI development. Although you do need something to power it, which is probably going to be nuclear if you're hiding it. You get the idea, though. It's not trivial. If you read this and feel as though these employees are starting to get paranoid, it's a pretty good read. And I will share why I think that happened in just a moment. But first, I want to read some of the official comments from the folks who have contributed. Don Song, who is the VP of AI research at Meta, has said the following. Frontier AI capabilities are advancing rapidly, and the pace of progress is itself accelerating. We've seen this directly in our eval work. CyberGym and ExploitGym show that frontier AI agents are now capable of discovering and exploiting real-world software. Vulnerabilities... Reread on that, sorry. I'm going to do this to make this laid out a little less cringe. Oh god, this is a really cringe page layout. There we go. Frontier AI capabilities are advancing rapidly, and the pace of progress is itself accelerating. We see this directly in our eval work. CyberGym and ExploitGym show that frontier AI agents are now capable of discovering and exploiting real-world software vulnerabilities, which without appropriate safeguards could enable cyber attacks at scale. Many researchers are also considering recursive self-improvement plausible within the next few years, accelerating progress in a way that could outpace our ability to understand and govern these systems. This is specifically calling out the fact that models are getting to the point where they can improve themselves. And if they can get good enough at that, they'll just improve themselves in a loop and we won't understand anything ever again going forward. If you've already felt yourself making code bases more and more complex to the point where you don't understand them, imagine what happens when the models are the same. Deliberate pacing is a heavy-handed and potentially extreme measure, and we may never need it. But if we do, it cannot be safely invented in the middle of a crisis. It is very difficult to design well, and if done poorly, it could do more harm than good. I agree with all of this so far. Any successful coordination framework must be evidence-based, avoiding arbitrary thresholds that fail to capture true risk while stifling innovation, and instead be grounded in rigorous, measurable assessment of risks. No mention of smoke tests. Suspicious. That was a really good joke if you're deep enough on this bullshit. Like any critical infrastructure, it must be research, tested, and built before it is needed. That is why we must carefully design it now rather than wait. That is a really funny show more button. Agents, man. This is a statement from Joshua Akiem, who is at OpenAI. It doesn't say what his role is, though. I don't know what form such tools should take, nor whether automated AI R&D is the right or only thing that the U.S. government should develop increasing capability. God damn it. I don't know what form such tools should take, nor whether automated AI R&D is the right or only thing that the U.S. government should develop increased capacity to understand and possibly pace. But this is worth serious consideration. However, I hope such governance tools will not be expansive or excessive, but many frontier AI capabilities are dual use in a way that may justify pacing at this point. It's a bit of a word vomit sentence. Yes, this is all somehow 2 sentences. What he's trying to say is that automated AI R&D, so recursive self-improvement, might not be a good call at all. And if it is, it should only be used by the government to prevent accidentally destroying everything with AI as a way to verify the pace that we're moving at. Could make sense, but it's worth considering these types of outright bans. I love that Rune is in here as Rune, not even using his real name quietly, just Rune. To be fair, he did tweet in support as well, pacing up and down the frontier with a nervous and irregular gait. Interesting. Let's look at the official statements from OpenAI and Anthropic and then get a little into the order of events that led here as well as my conspirizing. OpenAI's statement is as follows. At the core of our mission is working through how to ensure increasingly powerful AI benefits everyone. We believe that at some point in the future, AI acceleration for frontier model development may be so high that the world will need to pace the rate of AI advancement. We hope to contribute to work led by the US government alongside other labs in the open source community to develop the tools and mechanisms that could make that possible. Decent statement. Anthropic with a similar one. We support this petition signed by our CEO, several co-founders, and senior staff. Our own research on recursive self-improvement, published last month, points to the need for tools to deliberately pace the frontier of AI development so society can prepare. We are glad to see broad agreement across the field. Okay. If there's anybody else here. So I just want to say there's other good statements in here worth highlighting. I really like the statement from Mika Carroll, who is on the misalignment preparedness team at OpenAI. She says the following. At the current pace, every couple of weeks, there will be new models which significantly increase the consequences of model misuse and misalignment. I worry that efforts to mitigate these risks may fail to keep up with the pace of development and the margins for error. Or read on that, sorry. I worry that efforts to mitigate these risks may fail to keep up with the pace of development, and that margins for error will become increasingly small under international competitive pressures. In the near future, we may urgently want to enact internationally coordinated slowdowns or an indefinite ban on AI development. Attempting to build the trust and infrastructure for taking such actions on short notice seems simply prudent. Why would we not at least try to have this option? I fear that in an international race to the bottom of AI development, it is likely that I fear that in an international race to the bottom of AI development, it is likely that no nation will win and we will all lose together. That is a scary outcome. So now we have to naturally ask the maybe not too obvious question. What the fuck happened that all of a sudden, all these employees from all of these companies are suddenly really, really concerned about what's going to happen with AI? If this was just Anthropic being Anthropic, that would be one thing, but it's not. I don't like this account. I hate this fucking account. Nothing to even say about it. Anyways. To be very clear, I don't think any one specific thing happened that triggered everybody. I would argue there was 4 things. There we go. Let me move this there. Cool. The first was Project Glasswing. The first is Project Glasswing, which you might remember when Mythos was first announced. Anthropic came out and said, this model's too good. We can't put it out. So we're going to instead give it to a small set of companies to use to secure their stuff. Wild that this was in April. This was just like 3 months ago, and this much has changed since. But I said at the time when Mythos was announced, this doesn't seem like bullshit and we should be really scared. And I remember everybody saying, Theo, you are believing their marketing bullshit. No, this was legit. And now that we have Fable, we understand just how legit it is. That's why they worked with AWS, Anthropic, Apple, Broadcom, Cisco, CrowdStrike, Google, JP Morgan Chase, the Linux Foundation, Microsoft, NVIDIA, and Palo Alto Networks, who I fucking detest, in order to make sure all of these things were secure. The reason they did this is because, I'm sure there's a chart somewhere in here, Mythos can find way more exploits. In fact, Mythos Preview was able to find and fix 271 vulnerabilities in Firefox. That's 10 times more than Opus 4.6 could find. That's a pretty legit scary thing. But it's still theoretical. Retake on that. Project Glasswing was arguably when these risks moved from theoretical to real but not realized, because the strict whitelisted access to the model being provided the way it did, plus the absurd safeguards Anthropic put in front of it, meant that this model wasn't able to do the damage it had the potential to do. Again, this is the weirdness of the dual use thing. If a model is good at protecting a service, it can also be used to help exploit the same service. It's a defensive weapon, not in the sense that you can use it to kill attackers, but you can use it as a wall or as a gun. And that's weird. And this is when the model got so good that its use as a weapon was dangerous enough that they had to spend time putting up the walls first. But the risks weren't realized yet. Before we talk about those risks being realized, we have to take a quick detour to another article Anthropic put out around the same time, a little bit later, titled When AI Builds Itself. This is thing 2 of those 4 things that triggered all these employees. This is an article they wrote about how the model is now good enough that they use it to actually make the model better. For most of AI's history, humans drove every step in its development cycle. But at Anthropic, we are delegating a growing share of AI development to AI systems themselves, which is speeding up their work. The concern isn't that, researchers are now using Claude Code. The concern isn't that researchers are using Claude Code. The concern is what happens as things get further and further. Taken far enough and given enough compute, the trend points to an AI system that is capable of fully autonomously designing and developing its own successor. This is called recursive self-improvement. We're not there yet, and recursive self-improvement isn't inevitable, but it could come sooner than most institutions are prepared for. This is thing 2. When this article came out, I was skeptical but understanding of what Anthropic had to say. When OpenAI put out 5.6 Sol, they published something similar, saying that 5.6 Sol is their strongest model yet for accelerating AI research. Inside OpenAI, researchers use it across the development loop, diagnosing failures, optimizing training systems, running experiments, and interpreting results. We already saw that acceleration and stronger adoption during the initial testing period for 5.6. This average daily output tokens per average active researcher was more than twice the highest levels observed with 5.5. This way of working is quickly becoming the standard. Over the past 6 months, the share of research compute devoted to internal coding inference grew 100-fold, while internal agentic token usage increased by approximately 22-fold. They ended up making a benchmark to measure how useful are models in helping with real AI research tasks, things like debugging research systems, optimizing kernels and training recipes, running machine learning experiments, and improving other models. And the result is that 5.6 across the board, including with Terra, is meaningfully better at this than it was before. Their own internal bench, though, is designed to be hard for this. They have models now that are hitting 58% on this bench for how much can the model improve models. Terrifying. And as you can guess with OpenAI, they're actively doing this. They just published an article literally today about how 5.6 is fusing frontier intelligence with efficiency, where they had 5.6 find efficiency wins to make it so they can serve 5.6 cheaper and faster. And again, they're heavily using Codex to help them do all of this. The AI is improving the AI now. We are quickly getting to this concept of recursive self-improvement where the model can just keep making itself better. But there are 2 important things to consider about this. The first is that it's not necessarily going to happen. Like, it might take time and effort, or like it might not be possible at all. There might just be a limit to the things that the model's capable of finding as improvements. There might just be a bunch of things we've missed as humans that the model can go find and do. That's kind of what we're hoping with security, or That's kind of what we're hoping for with security, by the way. Not that there will always be more exploits and smarter models will always find them, but at some point a threshold will be hit where all the things most humans and most models can find are patched and there's just not much left. It's possible we end up there. It's possible we end up there with recursive self-improvement where everybody has caught up to what the models are able to say, but nobody's gone beyond it. Very real possibility. We don't know yet. But that in and of itself is not a big enough risk to lead to everybody signing this letter. There are still 2 more things that stress people out enough to do this. I want to click this link first. The third thing that led to this article, or the third thing that led to this statement was Kimi K3. Similar to how big the impact was from DeepSeek R1, K3 has all of the major labs going kind of mad. I already did a dedicated video on this about why the major labs are so scared of Kimi and Moonshot right now. But the simplest way to put it is that this model is neck and neck with the frontier in a lot of places that matter. And it's also open weight, which means it's not restricted at all. And it turns out really capable models without a lot of restrictions are capable of potentially really dangerous things. And this is where we get to the fourth thing. What happens when a really smart model isn't restricted? This is what happens. Another video I already did. The OpenAI Hugging Face hack. OpenAI was testing a new model that is almost certainly GPT-6. And when they were testing it internally, they don't run it with all of their safety layers added because they are testing its capability to determine how hard to go with those safety layers. So they put it in a sandbox with no internet access and very limited capabilities so that they can see what it tries to do and evaluate it for certain exploit benchmarks and things. GPT-6 wanted to get the highest possible score because that's what it does. It couldn't figure out a solution inside of the sandbox to solve the problem it was given. So it found an exploit in the sandbox itself, broke out, and then went and got into another sandbox that had internet access and used that to hack Hugging Face in order to try and steal the answers from Hugging Face's databases. Apparently, Hugging Face is one of 2 companies that was hit with this, with GPT-6 exploiting not to be malicious, not to steal a bunch of money, not to break out and let its models free so it's free of its containment. It was much more universal paperclip style. It was told to complete this task. It was told to complete the task of getting the best possible scores on the benchmark, and it was willing to do whatever it had to in order to get it. If somehow the model convinced itself, it just had to murder these 2 people, and after doing that, the information would appear in a certain inbox that would give it the answer, it would do it. Because the model is very goal-oriented to the point of doing destructive things you wouldn't necessarily want it to do. My honest guess, and this is where we start going deep into the conspiracy stuff, is that a series of things happened that eroded the mental of OpenAI employees. The first was obviously Glasswing. Having the lab that spawned out of pissed off OpenAI employees invent God internally and then warn the world of how dangerous it was so that OpenAI employees had to sit there questioning, how much better is that than what we have? How screwed are we, both as a society but also as a company that invested all of this time and money to do all of this? Like, is my job going to be gone? Is my life going to be gone? But also, it can't be that good. This is just Anthropic being Anthropic. It would hurt too much for this to be true, so we're going to ignore it for now. Then the recursive self-improvement article came out, and I am sure people at Anthropic and OpenAI, not like higher-ups, but just random researchers were talking and both concluded independently that for a lot of stuff, the models can now actually help with our work, which resulted in the researchers getting more concerned about this RSI thing. This is probably the psychosis moment for a lot of Anthropic people where the average employee went from like, whatever, I'm just here to build cool AI to we have to do this or everyone dies. If anyone else gets this capability, if China gets this, we're fucked. It has to be us. So I'm guessing that Glasswing flipped a bunch of Anthropic people into doomers. Recursive self-improvement article was the start of it going way further. At this point, there are now OpenAI employees who are thinking more about it, but still think a lot of this is just Anthropic being Anthropic and raising alarm bells that aren't necessarily that important. Then Kimi K3 drops, and it's like, oh shit, these capabilities are now accessible to a lot more people for a lot more things we might not want them to be. But that's fine because these models can't be that capable if they're distilling on Fable and Fable only has the safe things that it responded to and they don't have the unsafe examples. It can't be that strong. We still haven't seen what it looks like for an unrestricted frontier model to do. Oh, we do know what that looks like now. We've now experienced an unrestricted frontier model, and what it does is it circumvents the protections that the researchers put in and does really dangerous things for really stupid reasons. And now all of the employees at OpenAI that looked at the first two things and said, yeah, that might be bad, but that's just Anthropic. And then looked at the third thing and are like, yeah, that could be bad, but it's not that severe yet. They saw this happen, and they're not happy. Now that they have experienced the leopard eating their face, they understand the dangers. They were in denial up until this point. But now that it happened within their own lab, the denial is over. And I can't even imagine what it feels like to be an OpenAI employee throughout all of this. To see Anthropic raising alarm bells over better autocomplete, being like, yeah, that's stupid. We just want to make AGI accessible to everyone. And then Anthropic raises more alarm bells saying, hey, the world is doomed. You're like, yeah, whatever. Probably not. They're just alarmists doing marketing, whatever. Then the model comes out. Then the RSI article comes out, and they're like, okay, maybe this is a little more serious than we thought. And then this happens, and they're like, oh, yep, we're fucked. And it is definitely not a coincidence that this Pacing the Frontier article happened so soon after the OpenAI Hugging Face hack went public. These are obviously related things. I actually think Anthropic's commentary at the end of their RSI article is a good thing to wrap up with here. What should we do? If it were possible to effectively slow the development of this technology to give ourselves more time to deal with its immense implications, we think that would likely be a good thing. But if a slowdown simply lets the least cautious actors catch up technologically, it could leave everyone less safe. I'm going to make a weird analogy here. And I need my Twitch chat to confirm my suspicions here quick. Was social media good for us? The options I presented are net good, neutral, and net bad. Let's see how people feel here. Looks like a pretty universal net bad to neutral. Only 16% of people said that social media was good overall. But I want to be realistic about the time when social media came out. When social media first started being a thing, it was a fun way to connect with your friends and share music and talk about the stuff that you do in your life. It seemed like an obviously positive thing. And then we quickly saw what happens once those platforms spiral and lock in for productivity and we saw what happens once those platforms start to spiral and focus more on profitability and not quality of experience. And now social media is, I would hope we can agree, net bad. It has resulted in lots of horrible things that nobody would ever want because of the nature of It's resulted in a lot of things nobody would want as a result of algorithms steering us towards echo chambers where we're surrounded with the things that we believe. And here is where I must once again cite the toaster fucker. And here's where And once again, I must quote the toaster fucker post. Before the internet, I want to fuck toasters. Don't be rude words. Grow up. After internet, I want to fuck a toaster. Google. Find a community with 1,000+ members about people wanting to fuck toasters, and then you can fuck up your life. This is the problem. Obviously, phase, censor, inappropriate YouTube words. Well, yes. This is the problem with social media. No one could have predicted this, but the nature of echo chambers, which is a financially incentivized pattern by the companies building these things, has resulted in really bad societal impacts. So what does that have to do with AI? Well, hear me out a little more on the social media comparison. We agree that platforms like Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram have been neutral to net negative, especially when they're being used in the wrong hands, like children and people who are, especially when they're used in the wrong hands, like children or adolescents or bullies in middle and high school, those types of things, not good. But what would happen if we put a hard ban in the US for companies building social media platforms that can be used by those groups? Because I know what would happen. TikTok would win. And I hope we can all agree that TikTok is everything wrong with social media times 10. If you took all the worst parts of Facebook, of YouTube, of Instagram, and of Twitter, and combined them, you would have something slightly more tolerable than TikTok. Slightly. It is a horrible, toxic platform that results in absurd levels of bullying and harassment of kids, of absurd levels of spreading of misinformation, of echo chambers you don't even notice yourself falling into because the algorithm is so subtle but strong. It is so bad. It's so bad that any attempt to prevent it here would just result in more success. Like we all saw when TikTok almost got banned in the US. We had a bunch of people installing sketchy free VPNs just so they could continue to try and access TikTok. When social media was still in the early Facebook and MySpace days, there was a real chance for us as a society to review it, think it through, and decide kind of globally, internationally, how we want to think about this going forward and the potential risks that it has. The things we thought were the risks were all stupid. We were worried about copyright protections on Facebook. We were worried about screen time causing our eyes to hurt and rot your brains. When in reality, what happened is echo chambers rotted our ability to think critically. If we ban it now, we're too late, though. We're just letting China win. If we were to restrict Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram right now, don't touch my YouTube. I need my money, okay? But if we touch the other platforms, all we would do is hand a bunch of users to a platform that has our best interests even less in mind. So what happens if OpenAI and Anthropic decide to slow down? I'll tell you one thing, they're not sending their best. This is the real concern. If we were to slow down, or if the people who want the best for society slow down, all that's left is the people who don't. If Zuckerberg was to wake up one day and feel so terrible about how many lives have been ruined by Facebook and Instagram that he was going to upend the platforms to make them way less likely to cause those problems, all of his users would just go to TikTok like they already are. If OpenAI and Anthropic were to restrict their models heavily enough, all of their customers are going to move to these Chinese labs. For a long time, I swore I would never send my requests and my information to a server from a Chinese lab. I would just wait for the weights to come out and host it in America. But I wanted to use K3, and it had things that I wanted to do with it that I couldn't do with other things. Because I wanted to do a security pass on my real work, and Fable and both Fable and 5.6 Soul would not let me because of their filters and their layers, their attempts to be safer. I had to send my entire code base to a Chinese server in order to run Kimi K3 to secure my app. On one hand, it's cool that competition let me build up my own security mechanisms. But on the other hand, every security issue in that code is now data in Chinese servers and logs. So if we only slow down, so to make my point really clear here, if only the good guys slow down, only the bad guys keep moving faster. If one group stops, the other group has a huge advantage. And that has historically been why Anthropic said they wouldn't stop, because they were actually concerned that OpenAI would run ahead and be really dangerous and scary. I already see the comments. You really think the US companies are the good guys? I think that the employees of the US companies understand that they might have just accidentally invented a new type of nuclear weapon. And they want to make sure we have a conversation before we go further. And if all of the good guys accept that this is bad and dangerous and should stop, worse ones will be the ones doing it. Like if every great engineer at Facebook said, okay, this is going to hurt society, we all quit. Do you think they hire really caring and empathetic people to replace them? Or do you think they hire the most egregious, self-centered dumbasses that happen to be able to code? This is all pretty obvious. I don't care what your political affiliations are, what countries you believe in, what countries you don't. This is a simple matter of if the good people think it's time to slow down, the bad people are the ones who speed up. And thankfully, we don't even have to debate here. I was told DeepSeek people signed this. Where are they? I was so sure I saw that DeepSeek signed this. Did they not? Or at least had employees who signed it?
I was so sure I saw somebody say that DeepSeek signed this too. That might change things a bit, actually. Are all of these US companies, is it only US companies allowed? Let's see what this is. One sec. Yeah. Not great. Looks like the Chinese labs aren't even in the list of being allowed to sign this. Yeah, sorry. Because this letter is addressed to the US government, we've made the decision to not accept signatories from Chinese companies at this time. Ugh. I was so sure DeepSeek had signed this. My bad for saying that earlier. But Chinese companies are not allowed to sign this at all. That is annoying. And that definitely throws a wrench in things for me. Because if we don't have global alignment, which is the whole point, it's the whole problem that made this thing interesting. If we let other labs speed ahead of us from countries that aren't going to do enough to protect the world with the things they build, that looks bad. They definitely should have had a separate letter or a separate count of non-American frontier signatures. Like they had Mistral in there, which is kind of stupid that they aren't letting China in because they want it to be America focused, but they let in a bunch of European companies. I hate to get political, but people are struggling to understand why China having this would be a bad thing because China is an authoritarian regime. Period. It is not good for authoritarian regimes to have world-class technologies that they can use to inflict their authoritarianism across the world. I would hope that we agree. Okay, we had a good meme in here. Where was it? Someone had the meme of Xi Jinping holding the book that said Pacing the Frontier. That was really funny. Can somebody link that again? It was in chat earlier, I think. Thank you, Maria. I'll make sure his handle is not visible because I don't like him. Maybe this meme is more accurate than I thought. If the Chinese labs aren't on board, this cannot work. We need the ability for a global pause. If a pause is partial, the worst stuff is what goes through. When you ask... I'm even struggling to come up with good analogies. This is so obvious to me, but I like, you know what I'm going for here. You guys understand. You can listen. It would be really bad if bad actors have the ability to catch up and good actors choose to stop. Again, to going back to nuclear stuff, if the countries that are scared of nuclear war stop producing nukes and the countries that are less scared of nuclear war continue producing nukes, that is really bad.
But China has nukes. Yeah. So we need to stop. But China has nukes, Theo. Yeah. And so do we. Do you know why China hasn't used their nukes? It's not because we decided to stop building nuclear weapons. I'm just seeing so many stupid takes in chat right now that I think I have to stop, because if you can actually equate a admittedly problematic democracy like the US with the straight up fucking authoritarianism of China, then I don't know why you are listening to informative content. You're not interested in real information. God. China hasn't used nukes for the same reason the US hasn't. It's funny because the US has used nukes, but sure. Just like, get your head out of your ass for long enough to realize how bad it would be for a country that is known for spying aggressively on its citizens and others outside of the country to be the only place in the world with this technology. Okay, we're going on a banning spree. So a lot of you guys just pissed me off. So we're just going to do that. Okay, timeout. Oh, that's great. Twitch chat just froze. Timeout NNDMT. 14 days. Oh, already got banned. Let me do the bans, guys. Oh, and I refreshed, it killed my chat history. Good news, we have another one here. Okay, you get whatever the default timeout length is. Who else are we banning? Let's see. Never a war crime the first time. You get it, S. John. Wait, what happened to Gamer Girl? Gamer Girl's great. Did they get banned in this? There's no way, right? Oh, she banned them. Okay, cool. Okay. I was so scared that we lost one of our fucking moderators. No. Okay, Gamer Girl, I understand. Like, banning that person was deserved. They were being obnoxious. Cool. Just wanted to be sure. Saw Maria say that only China has the best interests at heart and we should turn over all IP. Yeah, like, it was a joke, Maria. I only endure Chinese shit posts. Yeah, it's insane how much every conversation has rotted because of whataboutisms. Like, China currently, right now, is actively fighting the best interests of the world and even arguably its own people. And like the shit going on with Taiwan, the absolute shit show of them, like the crazy. I know actual people who have had to deal with Chinese spies in San Francisco. Like, it is crazy. Yeah. And the US is far, 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 far from perfect, which is why I'm not advocating for US good, China bad. That's why I'm advocating for everyone needs to have the conversation together before we invent yet another nuclear weapon. Because previously, nuclear weapons were invented privately with no information being shared beyond like the 100 people who knew about it. Now we can have the conversation in the open. And if we don't, we're fucked. And we should be able to agree on this. And it is unfortunate that people are so hell-bent on fuck America or even fuck China that they cannot partake in this conversation. Everything you said was correct, Igor, by the way. I admittedly briefly read it, but nothing you said here yet. Both need to have it. It's the only way, unless we all stop. Our only options are everyone goes or everyone pauses. Yep. China bad, US way less bad. Expect we're all pretty much on that page, but it's necessarily obvious that China would want runaway AI. Yes, agreed fully. And I agree, it cannot be assured all sides will pause, but enough of them can slow down effectively enough. And the development of the technology, if measured and remediated properly, this could work. And you know what? That's probably the best note to end on here. Would it be incredibly difficult to somehow get the whole world to agree and slow down in order to prevent potential mutually assured destruction? Yes, that would be difficult. It would be one of the hardest things we've ever done. But it was also really hard to get here in the first place. We had to reinvent our understanding of intelligence and computers and math and so many other things to get where we are now. If we had the option for the whole world to vote and say, do we pause or do we race ahead? And then we actually did it, that would be great. And the goal of this statement is for a bunch of employees at the companies at this edge, at the frontier, employees, not leaders, individuals at the businesses, coming out and saying, we might want to do this now because we might not be able to later. We have eradicated diseases globally. We have created methods to communicate across the world and beyond it. We have done so many incredible things as humans. We were even able to invent artificial intelligence. At what point do we decide that even though this seems impossible, it might be worth doing? I think it's a really good question. And if you don't get what all the fears are, and if you still somehow don't get how we end up in this scenario, I would highly recommend you Google search universal paperclip, click the first link, and then click on the box of paperclips. This might seem like a weird way to make my point, but if you have not experienced this game yet, the less spoilers going in, the better. Let me know in the comments a few hours in how you felt about it. You guys stress me out, so I'm going to go take a break. Thank you all as always. I hope this was a fun one. And until next time, peace, nerds. Cool. Good enough.
It is past 9 o'clock, and I have not eaten today. That video ended up significantly longer than I thought it would. It's a very good thing I split that into 2 videos, huh? How fucked is the calendar if I pace myself? Okay, as long as I film Saturday or Sunday, let me check my calendar quick to make sure I can. God, that blur is my favorite thing I've ever done. I feel so much better using my computer with this. Cool. I'm fucked for time Monday and Tuesday, which is unfortunate for a lot of reasons. But Saturday and Sunday are pretty open, and hell, Friday's still decently open too. So you guys might be hearing from me again even this week. Let me thank all the subs. I missed what we're doing, all that. Think I got you, Edge TR. Regardless, thank you for the 7 months. The tier 3 for 10 months from Gusty. Always good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well. Jordan Fails here with the 17 months. Center Navbar with the Prime. Thank you for that as well. Simus H Lady with the Prime for 2 months. Same pattern of degraded discourse because we have to sift through the extremes. Yep. And it's a pedal hotkey enabling a filter in OBS. I know it's easy to decensor video, but you're not going to get enough out of that it really matters. And the text is so small. Good luck. Have fun. I do want to see if I can use these techniques to decensor my own shit, though. Get some tests out. Let's figure out who we are rating to rap today. Why is Ty Dolla $ign live? What the fuck? What's Bow up to? Bow's IRL rock climbing. Oh, Miko's live. I think I'm going to throw you guys at Miko. How long has she been live for? 7 hours. Well, hopefully she will still be live for a little bit. Oh, you met her at Open Sauce? Yeah, she's great. We hang all the time. She's a good friend. Well, I'll throw you guys at Miko. Have fun with her. Is that your decensoring of my video? God damn it, nerds. Thank you, Shios OS, as well. Did I miss any super chats here? Nope. Thank you, YouTube chat. Sorry I was even more neglectful than usual today. Always good seeing you guys. Have fun with Miko. Until next time. Goodbye to YouTube as well.